you're strange, when you're a stranger, faces look ugly, when you're alone, when you're so wicked, when you're unwanted, streets are empty, when you're down, when you're strange, faces come out of the rain, when you're strange, no one remembers your name, when you're strange, when you're strange, when you're strange. People are strange when you're a stranger. Places look ugly when you're alone. When you seem wicked, when you're unwanted. Streets are empty bad when you're down. When you're strange, faces go out of the rain. When you're strange, no one remembers your name. When you're strange, when you're strange, when you're strange. Alright, yeah. When you're strange, faces come out of the rain. When you're strange, no one remembers your name. When you're strange, when you're strange, when you're strange.
Salutations, ghouls and freaks. Welcome to the podcast of Stormers, insane slashers, undead blood drinkers, and all around crooked beans convene to talk and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my co-host, the Mage of Madness, aka the Authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
Good evening, everyone.
Right, and I'm your host slash Scarecrow impersonator, the Brainstorm of Pop Culture. How's everyone doing tonight?
I am doing okay. Today was mostly boring, but it also wasn't terrible, so I'm doing okay, all things considered. There was an incident with a squirrel in my bathroom, though, apparently, which is a thing that can only happen to you when you live in the middle of fucking nowhere, apparently.
Right, I'm pulling up the first article.
Yeah. While we wait on Corrupt. Assuming that Corrupt will join us, which is a complete and utter spin of the fucking bottle sometimes.
Mm-hmm. Right. It's taking a little bit to load. Well, okay, so I guess for anyone who would be interested, I finally was able to watch Werewolf by Night recently, and I really enjoyed it. I had seen bits of it on YouTube, but seeing it in its entirety, it is really good. And really, the only thing I can really complain about is that I wish there was more. Like a little more, not like a lot, but
as I said when we reviewed it, it's a sad state of affairs when Werewolf by Night only gets 50 minutes, but She-Hulk and WandaVision get 9 episodes.
Okay.
And even Loki and Miss Marvel get 6. But on the plus side, I do hear tell that it was successful enough that Marvel wants to do a Man-Thing special at some point in the not too distant future, probably next year for Halloween. Which doesn't sound like a terrible idea to me because Man Thing was honestly, Man Thing is one of my. It was inevitable. Man Thing would become one of my favorite characters in the MCU because Man Thing is just awesome. But what I wasn't expecting was Man Thing is actually kind of adorable. As in, move over, baby Groot. You have been replaced by another cute, plant-based, sapient creature. Which it's odd that there's so many beings in that category in the MCU, but here we are.
Yeah, I was also trying to send. Okay, so it's loaded, and I will put it on now. It's some Dawn sent me.
Mhm.
Halloween Unmasked, a socialist feminist history. This was published October 30th, 2019, and written by Heather Bradford.
Mhm.
So it is a bit old. I do want to say that. So
Yeah, but fortunately, with regards to Halloween stuff, within a couple of years is still fairly recent because they only publish these articles once a year usually. But I went looking for social justice takes on Halloween, and I was kind of surprised we hadn't done this one yet. So into the pile it goes.
right. Okay, I was just sending the link to the stream on Discord, so
Hmm.
just want to get people in here. All right, so yeah, like I said, Dawn sent me this. God, what was it like? First week of October.
Yeah.
We just had a
Oh
lot.
no, I think it was last week actually.
Uh,
Because I remember sending you this one and the one we did last week and the other sort of witch trial-y one
right,
all in the same week.
right, okay. Anyway, we will try to get through this because it's kind of long. I wouldn't say too long, but
As per usual, these articles like to prattle on about nothing and just to hear themselves talk, presumably.
right. Okay. So Halloween is here again. Homes, stores, and communities are adorned in imagery of bats, pumpkins, black cats, spiders, and creepy things. That just seems familiar. I don't think we've covered this before, but I don't know, that first line just
They,
didn't.
I don't think we've covered this before because I would remember covering this before, but the phrasing is very similar to a lot of other articles we've covered.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Moving on.
yep.
Okay. Adults and children are busy with costumes, carving pumpkins, going to corn mazes, enjoying the brilliant hues of fall, and consuming pumpkin spice everything. It is the time of year for scarecrows, migrating birds, gray skies, and empty fields. But behind the holiday fun is a world of workers, oppressions, and historical wrongs.
Um, Instantaneous fuck you. You are presupposing those things, and I'm going to hold you to defending those things. Because the burden is very much on you to demonstrate that.
You know?
Yep, moving on.
Okay. While Halloween is viewed as a liminal time between seasons of and life and death, it is usually quite estranged from social justice consideration. Oh my god.
Because, my darling, I'm going to spell this out for you really, really nice and simple. The world, okay, does not revolve around your particular moral framework any more than it does the TradCon Christians. Just like you can, just like I imagine we would share a laugh with regards to the evangelical twats going on about how, oh, Halloween is a time of medieval da 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 da. Just like that's ridiculous. You shoving social justice into it is just as unpalatable as someone else throwing family values into it. Neither of these things belong anywhere near Halloween. Halloween is an ancient well, actually, an ancient group of festivals that got compressed into each other, that well predates arguably even Homo sapiens, as in there's some evidence that Neanderthals engaged in these sorts of harvest festivals. And there's evidence that literally every ancient culture on record engaged in some form of harvest festival, usually that involves a consideration along the lines of the veil between worlds being thinner and, as you put it, the liminal time period. Thus, Halloween vastly, and I mean vastly, outranks morality in regards to this. And it doesn't matter whether it's the evangelical TradCon family values morality or it's the deconstructionalist Hegelian social justice morality. Morality has no place here. These things are ancient and powerful and universal because they predate humanity as we fucking know it, pretty much. Moving on.
Right, okay. Perhaps it is time to pierce the veil between the superficial fun of celebration and the hidden realities of oppression. Behind the mask of every holiday is a hidden world of inequities? I think.
Yes.
Okay.
Sweetheart, I'm gonna break this to you very simply. Oppression is not a universal defining quality of society. Okay, I know your frameworks, both the feminist one and to some degree the socialist one, are rooted in Hegel's dialectical view of history, i.e., thesis and antithesis, which Marx and Engels then took and made bourgeoisie and proletariat, and the Frankfurt School then took and turned into any number of myopic, childish dichotomies. But here's the thing: oppression is an exception to history, not the rule. And inequity is inevitable in a world where certain things have merit and others do not, i.e., inequalities don't necessarily have to come out of irrational hatred or irrational stupidity. Inequalities can arise out of hierarchical systems that need to exist in order for the world to function. Because evolution is a harsh master, but it is the only master that we have on a secular playing field. Anyway, moving on.
Right. Okay. Pagan roots. Halloween began as the ancient Celtic festival, Samhain, or Samhain, or however you really want to say that.
Mm-hmm. Technically, in like Gaelic pronunciation, it's Samhain, but I'm not going to judge somebody who calls it Samhain. Besides, without the playful mispronunciation of it, we wouldn't have Sam from Trick or Treat. So, meh.
It also denoted the end of summer and the beginning of winter. Samhain marked the beginning of a new year and was one of 4 major festivals observed by the Celts. Its celebration was marked with costumes, sacrifices of plants and animals, fortune telling, and bonfires to help the dead find their way and avoid humans. It was a liminal time to be sure.
And again, while you're not quite as egregious as the person we covered last week, you're once again overemphasizing the dead, and it annoys me. Because the thing is, the Celts were both partially animistic and partially polytheistic, ergo, the veil between worlds wasn't just the veil between the living and the dead, it was also the veils between the realms of the gods and nature spirits and the realms of the mortal world. Ergo, to mention the living and the dead or life and death, but to not mention the gods and the land spirits or the nature spirits is somewhat erroneous. Also, you didn't mention um, the use of costumes and bonfires as a protective measure, which, by the way, that was the main purpose of the bonfire. Yes, there was also some poetic justice about helping spirits find their way between worlds and stuff, but fire was also especially sacred fires like those of the Samhain bonfire were a protective measure which we still observe to some degree in the form of the jack-o'-lantern. Although, to be fair, the original jack-o'-lanterns were made with turnips, not pumpkins. But also, to be fair too, the jack-o'-lanterns made with pumpkins were considered a sacred gourd to several Native American tribes, and so using them as a substitute for the turnip lights that were traditional for jack-o'-lanterns is probably ultimately a good thing and could even be seen in some ways as an upgrade. Anyway, moving on.
Right, okay. Da, 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 da. Samhain was appropriated by the Catholic Church as All Saints' Day on November 1st, with the evening before as All Hallows' Eve, eventually Halloween. This process began with Pope Gregory I, who in 601 AD proclaimed an edict that missionaries should try to incorporate the practices of pagans as they converted them. As such, almost every Christian site in Ireland was once a pagan place of worship. Ancestor worship continued through the veneration of saints.
Oh, God damn it. It's not only a worship of the ancestors, it's also a worship of the old gods and or the land spirits, which were often referred to by various names. In the realms of the Celtic regions, it was known as either the Tawath Tag in Scottish Gaelic or the Aoshi in Irish Gaelic. These two names would then be used as would then be translated into the fairies of medieval Celtic folklore and are analogous to what the Greeks referred to as genus loci or daimons, what the Slavic and Germanic peoples referred to as landwights or landwetter, and even the Muslim or Arabic concept of the jinn has similar roots to the spirits of nature / spirits of the land that were then demonized later on because, monotheism doesn't handle non-divine spirits all that well. But nevertheless, I dislike this overwrought focus on ancestor worship and worship of the dead when it completely ignores the worship of the intermediary spirits, your daimons, your landwights, your landvetter, and of course your fae, or of the various polytheistic gods. Also, this focus on ancient cultures worshiping quote unquote the ancestors is something that was predominantly focused on during a time period of colonialism known for its noble savage mythology. And I find it kind of hilarious that for all of your prattling on about oppression this and appropriation that, you are unironically embracing the noble savage mythology by hyper focusing on worship of ancestors instead of focusing on the animistic or polytheistic roots that existed alongside that aspect. Diphthong. Anyway, moving on.
Okay. In 609 AD, Pope Boniface the Fourth announced the holiday as All Martyrs' Day to commemorate Christian martyrs. In the 8th century, Pope Gregory III expanded the holiday to include All Saints, and it was thus named All Saints' Day. All Saints' Day was a sanitized version of Samhain, as it was difficult for the church to reconcile what seemed to them a dark and evil holiday with Christian beliefs. However, old practices and beliefs were slow to die. Practitioners of the old beliefs were persecuted as witches.
Okay, there's a syllogism here. Yes, the people who practiced old pagan traditions were usually the ones that got accused of things like sorcery and witchcraft, but they're not exactly directly related. The term witch doesn't just mean a practitioner of pagan religion or a practitioner of polytheism. It specifically referred to what you could colloquially refer to as, I guess, village shamans or wise men and wise women, i.e., cunning folk and witches. Um, and while there is undoubtedly a relationship there between those two things, between the persecution of people who kept alive older traditions and the persecution of quote unquote witches and or cunning folk, they're not a direct one-to-one relationship, and I think you're trying to conflate them in order to tell a more myopic oppressor and oppressed narrative. And while you're doing so in a more intellectually honest way than most of the articles like this we deal with, I still fucking caught your syllogism there. There are two true things being expressed here, but they are being expressed in such a way that they are being connected erroneously. And therefore, it is illogical. Therefore, fuck off. Don't misrepresent shit and then whine when you get caught. Moving on.
Right. In the 11th century, the All Saints' Day holiday was expanded to include All Souls' Day, November 2nd, to commemorate the dead. Interestingly, the celebrations continued to feature some aspects of the original Samhain celebrations. It was observed with bonfires, costumes, and parades. Children would go to door asking for soul cakes in exchange for prayers on behalf of dead loved ones. Soul cakes, which were sweets with a cross over the top, represented a soul being released from purgatory.
Not always a cross, actually. There were all sorts of different designs placed on them, but yes, the most common one was crosses. Interestingly, though, because I happen to know a little bit about soul cakes, most of them were made with saffron, and the funny thing about saffron is in ancient Greek and Roman beliefs, saffron was an herb that was said to bridge the gap between the world of the living and the world of the dead. So there's actually kind of a functional aspect to why saffron was included in soul cakes, not just the usual uses of saffron in medieval baking, which usually involved coloring, because saffron coloring was one of the rarest dyes that a medieval cook would have had access to. But that's neither here nor there. Point being, there's actually possibly a metaphysical reason behind soul cakes, not just a symbolic reason. But anyway, moving on.
Hello, Corrupt.
What's up? I just
We
got
are dissecting a quote unquote feminist socialist diatribe about the history of Halloween.
Oh, that sounds fun.
I'm going to give this author credit. They're more intellectually honest than the one we dealt with last week, but I'm debating whether or not that's actually better or worse, because at least when they're overtly stupid, I don't have to spend as much time parsing why they're wrong. But now it's like it's a syllogism issue of like that's partially true, but you're conflating it with unnecessary shit. Anyway, that's it. That's about as far as we've gotten in the article.
All right.
So you're not that late.
Perhaps I should have been a bit later.
So yeah, I don't think this one will interest you, but the other stuff we have coming up might.
All right, let's go. Let's go, kids.
The assimilation of Halloween into Catholic holidays was part of the broader conversion of pagans to Christianity. This conversion to Christianity impacted women in a variety of ways. Okay. So
Oh fuck!
Jesus.
It impacted literally, goddamn it. And okay, this is why I didn't want to get too hung up on her conflating the continuation of paganism with witch trials, because I was worried that she was going to do this, but I at least wanted to I wanted to let her do it to herself. Sweetheart.
This is kind of like that. What is that one article? Like men commit suicide at higher rates than women. Women most affected or some shit like that. Like,
yeah.
Oh my god.
Although to be fair, this is a consistent blockage with feminists. They love viewing witch trials as solely a women's issue. They love doing that.
Like men were killed too.
Yeah. And the ratio was actually usually about 60-40. So it wasn't it wasn't a super vast ratio. Yeah, women were okay, and I guess this is the part where I do what I usually do when people make this fucking witch trials are a women's issue, pagan persecution is a women's issue thing. When people make that argument, this is what I usually do. Ahem. Number one, the ratio of victims of witch trials was roughly around 60-40. Yes, there were exceptions, but on average, from witch trial to witch trial, it averages out to a ratio of 60-40. By that I mean there were actually cases where more men were persecuted than women, but on average, the ratio stands to be about 60-40. And it sinks no lower in most cases than about a 70-30 split. But that's neither here nor there. Point being, men were victims of the witch trials as well. And if you take it out of the context of witch trials, when it came to the conversion of polytheistic pagans to Christianity, there really wasn't a gender bias whatsoever.
Well,
But go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, on one hand, I get why that clear bias exists. You know, the ignoring male, like men.
I mean, they're feminists, so
yeah,
it's going to happen. But
exactly, like it benefits their argument to ignore the fact that it happened to men because they're focusing exclusively on the struggle of the woman.
Well, the argument that always gets brought up is, yeah, there were men who were victims too, but only because they were more like women. It's exactly like the gay thing. We get to appropriate gay issues because the reason why gay people are persecuted is because they're like women, derp. Even though historically that's not the fucking reason at all.
Yeah, it's to basically sort of appropriate as much victimhood as possible. You know?
Yeah, treat all male victims like some external factor makes them victims, and never their manhood ever makes them victims.
Yeah, exactly.
But back on topic. Since you conflated the conversion to from paganism to Christianity with witch trial, I'm going to go on this rant. The reason, actually, in the official medieval documents, why more women were persecuted than men during the witch trials was because, according to the worldview of the Christians at the time, the medieval Christians who actually committed these crimes, witchcraft was essentially an extension of the sin of lust. Even the Malleus Maleficarum refers to the sin of lust in relationship to witchcraft, because essentially the logic of the medieval Christian was witchcraft was the misuse of the divine spark of life inherent within humans. The generative impulse was often what they called it, and the reason why women were considered more likely to be conscripted by the devil and therefore become witches was because women were actually seen to have a stronger vital impulse or generative impulse than men, because of course it's the woman who actually carries the child.
Yeah.
And two, because women were seen as inherently more pure than men and therefore more susceptible to corruption. So you have a situation where witchcraft is viewed as an extension of the sin of lust, i.e., a misuse of the ability to create life, and women's sex drive is considered stronger, and women are considered more innocent, therefore more susceptible to corruption. Therefore, women are more likely, in the medieval mind of the clergymen who committed these crimes, to be considered witches. However, before you go, yes, exactly, that's why it's a women's issue, herder, I'm gonna throw this at you. The term witch comes from the Anglo-Saxon word wisa, which by all indications was actually pronounced with a soft
Yeah.
C sound rather than a hard C sound as per modern Wicca, but
Men
that's
and
neither
women
here nor
were
there.
witches.
But
Yeah,
the
men
word
and women were witches, yeah.
Yeah, the word witch comes from wisa, which means wise or wise one. The word warlock, on the other hand, which is
It's a slur.
what male witches were usually called, means traitor. And the rationale why that etymological distinction exists is because when women were alleged to have sold their souls to the devil, it was assumed that they were somehow tricked by the devil, and therefore the punishment that women would endure during the witch trials was mostly an effort to purify them and save their souls. That's why when women got burnt, the logic was they burnt in this life to prevent themselves from burning in the next life. However, when men were accused of the exact same goddamn thing, men were considered to be agents within this decision, and therefore, rather than being tricked like the women were alleged to have been, they were thought to be active, cognizant traitors to God, hence why the word warlock or traitor was applied to them. It literally means traitor or oath breaker in Old Anglo-Saxon. Thus, even if you want to make a witch trials is a woman's issues thing, I'm going to point out to you that women were still considered wise and benevolent and powerful and worthy of saving. They were considered victims of the devil's treachery when they were accused of witchcraft, whereas men were seen as active traitors to God. Also worth noting is in many, many witch trials, when men were accused, they were accused as the leaders of their various covens, the alleged leaders of their various hives of witches, because it was thought that a male sorcerer, a male warlock, would corrupt women in their communities and essentially convert them over to the devil's side. Thus, when men were accused, they got harsher punishments, harsher treatment, and usually were accused of more felonious crimes because it was thought that they were the ringleaders of their various covens. So even though men were accused less often, and there again only barely because it was a 60-40 split generally, men were considered to be the ringleaders of their various hives, therefore they were more accountable, and of course, when women were sold over to the devil, in air quotes, they were considered victims of the devil's treachery, and men were considered traitors to God. I'm not therefore saying that witch trial is a man's issue, because that would also be stupid. What I'm saying is you don't get to claim it as solely a woman's issue. And you certainly also don't get to apply the dynamics of something specific like the witch trials epidemic to the simple persecution of pagans or polytheists in post-Christian Rome, because there is no evidence that there was anything gendered about the treatment there, other than usually that women would get less bad treatment as per usual. But you really don't want to go into that particular discussion, do you, dear? When people are being genocided, women usually get off worse. Or, well, they get off better, but they at least live through it.
Their punishment is less severe, yeah.
Yeah, and they usually live through it. And yes, while there might be some unconsensual sex in the bargain there, living to fuck another day, especially evolutionarily, is better than being burnt at a frickin' stake. Not to mention all the women who got off of their condemnation by getting pregnant. And then they would live long enough to give birth to the child, and then sometimes be burnt and sometimes just let off. So there's that too. But that's neither here nor there. Moving on.
Mm-hmm.
Alright.
Even before the Christianization of Celtic people, there were attempts to assimilate them into Roman culture. By 43 AD, most Celtic territories were under Roman control, where they remained for 400 years. Under Roman occupation, there were some efforts to stamp out practices such as sacrifices.
Bollocks. Bollocks, I say to you, because here's the thing. Romans had their own goddamn harvest festival. Just like the Celts had both Samhain and Yule, or both Samhain and I forget what the actual like Celtic or Irish Gaelic term for the solstice festival was. The Romans also had two festivals to commemorate this particular time of year. One of them was Saturnalia. That was the one that is most analogous to Christmas, and the other one I don't fucking remember, but it also existed. Point being, to be conquered by the Romans was actually the best way to be. Like, again, it's obviously better not to be conquered, but if you had to be conquered, especially during this time period, you'd prefer it to be Romans, because Romans would let you keep your gods and your culture for the most part.
Yeah, and they provided you with anonymities, however you fucking pronounce that word.
Amenities.
Amenities, thank you. I don't know why I said amenities. I'm not even sure where I was going.
Yeah, it's a difficult word to say. But point being, when Romans conquered a given location, unless of course the location in question was being difficult, in which case obviously there was warfare. But after the warfare, Roman occupation would result in you keeping your gods, keeping your culture, and the Romans going, here, have a bunch of our gods too, and also, by the way, have some roads, have some aqueducts, have some sanitation, and etc. All you have to do is make sure that you include the current emperor in your pantheon somewhere and pay your taxes, of course. Which, given that the usual standard at this time period was, we conquered you, therefore your entire culture is now dead.
Or you become enslaved.
Yeah, your options for basically every other culture were you either die or you become a slave, and by the way, your culture is now dead. Whereas under polytheistic Rome, it was, we will conquer you, and there will be some warfare, obviously, in the transition. But after the warfare is done, you and yours get to live. Your culture is fine. In fact, we're probably going to borrow some aspects of it, and you just have to incorporate our gods somewhere along the lines of your gods as well. And by the way, also have some free aqueducts and some temples and some public order and yada yada. Like, being conquered by the Romans was a very good deal, all things considered, comparatively.
Yeah, because they made you an extension of their empire more so than just conquering you.
Yeah, you are conquered by the Romans, and therefore you are treated like a Roman citizen, basically, or at least a Roman. What was the term? Plebeian. Whereas everyone else was just, we've conquered you, therefore your culture is dead now. Thus, like I was saying, last week, I would have definitely rather be conquered by polytheistic Rome than Christian Rome, because the problem of monotheism is that any gods that aren't yours have to be demons, or at least
Yeah.
demonic. Therefore, we need to stamp out all the other cultures. Whereas the Roman approach was just, well, we're already polytheists. What's another dozen gods added to the list somewhere?
Yeah, pretty much. Like with monotheistic cultures, like it's kind of sacrilege to have to let another god exist anyway.
If
So
if there are other spiritual entities, they must be demons,
yeah,
or at the very least not morally perfect. Whereas polytheistic culture, well, specifically the Romans, because again, there were plenty of polytheistic cultures that were just like, you convert or we will burn everything you love to the ground. But in
harsh.
the Roman case, it was literally like, well, your gods seem to function in a similar way to our gods. In fact, in a lot of historian chroniclers of the time, they would literally write basically what amounted to like travel brochures for various
Yeah.
different new provinces of the empire, and they would conflate gods of a given culture with the Roman gods to kind of translate it for the Roman public to read. Like when they conquered parts of the Slavic regions, they conflated Tyr and Zeus, and they conflated Odin and Mercury, and they conflated Thor and Hercules, and so on. But anyway, back to the article. I don't even remember where I was going with the rest of that sentence.
While Roman occupation was generally hostile towards Celtic people, they did add some of their own culture to Samhain celebrations. For instance, the Roman festival of Pomona.
I'm not sure how that is pronounced actually, and I can't see how it's spelled to try and guess.
Let me see. What is it?
Pomonia.
Pomonia, I think.
Okay, whatever. Which celebrated apples, may have added bobbing for apples to Samhain traditions.
Bullshit. As far as we know in Celtic culture, and this is of course difficult because they didn't write things down very often, but as far as we know in Celtic culture, apples were considered to be a symbol of prosperity. So that's kind of bullshit. What you could make the argument of is it's something the Romans and the Celts had in common, which I would grant you, but you specifically phrased it as the Romans brought this to the Celts, which, again, from what little documentation we actually have, it seems like both Romans and Celts regarded apples as spiritually significant. But you're trying to tell a colonizer colonized story or an oppressor oppressed story, so I understand why you didn't phrase it like that.
Pretty much.
But
Yeah.
I am once again here to poke holes in your oppressor oppressed story because it is not historically accurate, you evil, evil bitch.
Someone needs to.
Moving on.
The Romans also had a fall festival called Feralia, I think.
Yes.
Which commemorated the passing of the dead.
And again, once more into the breach with this goddamn thing. Not just the dead. The Romans had their own intermediary spirits too. Intermediary nature spirits and also gods. Like, the word demon actually comes from the Latin daimones, which literally means intermediary spirit.
Is this kind of like one of those is this the argument that she's putting forth that Romans had no inherent culture of their own and all they could do is assimilate into or appropriate other people's culture?
No, I think it's just a matter of she doesn't know enough about Roman culture to spot the parallels.
Okay.
But some of us have actually spent time researching this shit, and thus poke holes in your tapestry
Narrative.
of lies.
Uh,
I actually learned some Roman mythology in summer school when I was young.
Yeah, most of the time when people are taught mythology, it is Greco-Roman because that's the one
yeah,
that most people remember.
so did I.
I honestly wish we focused a little bit more on Celtic mythology because Celtic mythology is very interesting and also nobody ever seems like we have like little bits and pieces of like fairy folklore or the Arthurian legends, but as far as Celtic mythology goes, that's basically all people are ever taught. Like
Uh,
you almost never hear about the Tuatha De Danann or the Aoshi or the Tuatha Taig or any of that.
let me see. And pretty much, like, there's always been like kind of a narrow scope when it comes to like teaching about mythology.
Yeah.
I don't remember much from. It was school, so I didn't really pay attention.
Yeah, that's the other problem is the American educational system doesn't actually like
It,
incentivize people to enjoy or to care about the things they learn, and thus it doesn't stay with them very long. Whereas
yeah, pretty,
if you actually engage with the material you're learning with or you're learning from, it sticks with you a lot better. Which is why 90% of the most important things I learned on my own freaking time.
pretty much. With schools, it's more or less just regurgitating information that's fed to you
Yeah, this
and
is
memorization.
the approved information. You must learn the approved information long enough for it to be on a test, and then we basically don't care if you retain it after that
Pretty
until
much.
standardized test comes up, and then we care again.
Oh, dude, God, I hated the SATs.
Standardized SATs, yeah, so did I.
Dude, I had to get up like it was on a Saturday. I had to go back to school on a Saturday, like super early in the morning. And I was there until like 1 p.m.
I don't even remember taking my SATs actually, to be fair. Um, I remember taking the like state standardized test, which for us was the PSSAs.
I God, I won't lie. There was actually a moment where I thought I was going to vomit during the test. Just how nerve wracking it was.
I usually did well on standardized tests,
Standardized testing. Yeah.
but I also usually got extended time because of my IEP because I had quote unquote special needs, which I fucking hate
Yeah,
that term, but it is a thing. So
pretty much.
usually I got extended time and usually also someone to dictate to for me because my handwriting is shit. And also my hand cramps up like a motherfucker if I have to write more than like a paragraph. Which given the length of my average paragraph, is doubly inconvenient because I can't even get through one of my own goddamn paragraphs usually.
All right. Anyway, we went off topic there.
Yeah. Short version is fuck standardized testing in every conceivable hole and fuck the educational system that basically doesn't care about your learning in between the time you take an actual test and the time you take the standardized test version.
Yeah, not really. It's just more about feeding you info.
I actually had to go to summer school before my senior year.
Really? How did you? How
Oh,
was it?
it was algebra. I failed. I failed my second algebra class. So
Ooh, dang.
That sucks.
to be fair,
I never
math is not my strongest suit.
I never did well in math, but it was mostly because I preferred to do math in my head and I hated fucking writing everything out.
Yeah, I could. So, my strongest, I guess, subjects were English. Uh, Math. My issue with math is that I just don't remember shit very well. So
Dude,
having to
yeah,
remember, so
yeah.
having to like store like numbers in my head was just tedious and aggravating.
My issue with math, like I say, was the was showing the work. Like I could, and also the way I usually did math in my head was different from how they would teach us to do the math in school. But I usually got the right answer anyway, except for fucking multi-step equations with the fucking PEMDAS thing. It took me forever to fucking remember to do PEMDAS.
Now
But
they
even then, once I finally got it, I was able to do it in my head.
Dick Sargent York says algebra is a middle school subject, not senior and high school subject. No, I was
No, it's a high school subject if you're talking about algebra 2, which I assume is what he meant because he
Yeah.
said his second algebra class.
yeah, I was a junior. Yeah, I
Yeah,
did
because
summer before I became a senior.
I did algebra 1 in 8th grade, geometry in 9th grade, and then algebra 2 in 10th grade. I'm imagining it was similar for you.
Well, to be fair, I just didn't want to take calculus.
Yeah, I avoided taking calculus and trig too. Like I had an extra period study hall in my senior year just because I didn't sign up for a more advanced math. I took the easy way out and I signed up for an applied math class because number one, applied math is its very nature applicable, which is better than most of calculus and trig. Unlike calculus and trig are really only useful if you literally want to go into engineering or a math major in college.
Yeah.
Actually, this is kind of a funny story in my freshman year, and we'll get back to the article, but it just made me think of something. My schedule got screwed up my freshman year, and for like the first half of my freshman year, I had a study hall before I was moved into another class to get like a credit and stuff. Yeah, like they screwed up my schedule. So,
Oh wow.
yeah.
Holy shit, that must have sucked.
Actually, I liked study hall. I got to just chill there and actually get some work done.
Sadly, like
I would never get a study hall ever again.
sadly, like I admit I was too much of a bit of a social. I was too much of a social butterfly when it came to school, and just instead of working, I would just talk to people, friends, all the time.
I remember in my study hall that year, or maybe it was my junior year actually, come to think of it. But in my study hall that year, there was a guy I liked in there who struggled with English, which was one of my best subjects. So I would help him with his English, and we actually got fairly close. And then he moved the next year, and I was fucking annoyed.
The cat in the hat. The car is red. I don't know. I just imagined Elton just going over like Cat in the Hat books with him and shit.
No, it was like 10th grade literature that he was struggling with or something.
Alright.
But yeah, I would usually like he would tell me what he wanted to say and then I would like rephrase it for him so that it sounded better. When they were doing like open-ended questions or something. To the point that the teacher actually started to think that he was talented because he was using my phrasing, which made me amused, but it also helped because like I say, I had an excuse to bond with a hot guy. And then he moved because the world is cruel and I can't have any nice things. But oh well.
Anyway, we really
On topic, back on
pumpkin spice. There we go.
the hottest of topics.
Whatever the influence of Roman culture on Solomon civilizations, the influence of Romans on gender relationships was less positive. Roman officials also refused to work with female leaders and even attacked the kingdom belonging to Boudica because they felt it was illegal for a woman to rule a kingdom. According to legends, her land was pillaged and her daughters were hard R word that I'm not going to say.
Oh, God damn it. The reason. Well, okay. I'm going to be fair. Part of the reason why they didn't want women in public office or public service was because they literally believed that women shouldn't have to. Because here's the thing, and this is a consistent thing even in modern culture. Working, okay, is a duty that people choose to take on even though it is difficult. It is not a privilege to have to work. And usually in Roman culture, most of the industry that was done at home. And the thing about home industry, especially in Roman society, was women were in charge of it. In other words, back in the Roman day, a woman was responsible for like 70% of the family's income. And men were the ones that were responsible for the public face of the family and or any external or extra extra domestic duties that families had. In short, while yes, there might have been some patronizing, quote unquote, misogyny aspects to this, or like infantilizing aspects to this, more likely, there was also the notion that women shouldn't have to work because working is difficult and women are better than that. The more things change, the more they goddamn stay the same because you see the modern gender dynamics doing the exact same shit. We try to give women the freedom not to do a thing, and they take it as oppression rather than a privilege. Because reasons.
Oh, Jesus, Dalton's on fire tonight.
I'm sorry, but I'm not saying that there are no specifically female issues, because there are specifically female issues, but I really, really hate this whole everything is cartoonishly over the top misogyny grr or oppression grr. And it's like, okay, number one, if you actually look at the reasons why the people who do these things give for doing them, it's never that one-dimensionally myopic. And number two, very often the things that women can't do or weren't expected to do in previous cultures was an attempt to privilege them in some way rather than oppress them. I.e., women were a minority in ancient cultures, predominantly because they were treated as close to the aristocracy as they could afford to be. Which is why women usually had long hair in ancient civilizations, because long hair was an affectation of wealth. Because
yeah, much like being fat.
Yeah, the longer your hair was, and the more expensive your clothes were or your jewelry was, the more aristocratically privileged you were, because you had to have enough wealth or status to queen and to maintain that imagery. That's why in medieval Europe, courtly accents were very feminine, and that's why you very often see kings or soothsayers or royal viziers in fairy tales and Disney movies, for example. Yes, they're somewhat coded gay, quote unquote, in the modern parlance, but they're also feminine because it was essentially considered that proper etiquette was feminine by nature. So the courtly accent was an affectation of femininity.
Like, that's kind of how we sort of think of like elegance and aristocracy. Like, that's why it always has like a very stereotypical like feminine presentation, even when it comes to men.
Yeah. Because femininity is synonymous with purity in many ways, and therefore the more refined you were, the more subject to that sort of internalizing femininity you had to be. And as Dick Sargent York said, yeah, if women are said to be a minority historically, I want to point out also that the aristocracy was also a minority in their various
Yeah.
cultures. And women were disadvantaged in some ways throughout history, but they were disadvantaged in ways that tried to prioritize their safety and their elevation in some way. I.e., a culture gives women as many rights and privileges as they can afford, which is why I hate this whole Islam is a misogynistic religion thing, because in a culture as war-torn and primitive as Muslim culture, the most luxurious thing you can give women is the ability to stay inside while the men go out and fight. So yes, while women are disadvantaged by having to remain at home, given that the streets of your average Muslim country, especially the extremist ones, are war-torn hellscapes, the safety of being able to stay at home is a luxury that is being afforded to women.
I'm just gonna say, like, if this were a bigger podcast and someone heard Dalton go, like, Muslim culture is primitive and violent, like, holy shit.
Okay, but this is the thing. They want it both ways. Especially the intersectional feminists want it both ways. They want to say all cultures are equal, all cultures are beautiful, and yet when they feel like judging Muslim culture, the M word, i.e., misogyny, makes several appearances. But if you actually look at Muslim culture from their own internal perspective, what they do to women is in many ways in order to keep them safe. Even something as surface level misogynistic as the burqa. Because here's the thing. The rationale for why women should wear the burqa in extremist Muslim countries is rooted in the Quran's obsession with people dressing modestly. The rationale for people dressing modestly basically boils down to men are bestial and rapey, and therefore it is the woman's responsibility to prevent the man from seeing her so that his bestial rapey instincts aren't triggered. Which, I'm sorry, but that is more misandrist than it is misogynistic.
Yeah,
Because it's presupposing that men are bestial and rapey. It doesn't
yeah.
occur to anyone that men are just people and therefore aren't barbarians. Um, and functionally the only difference between the Muslim concept of modesty and the feminist concept of the male gaze, quote unquote, is feminists believe that men are bestial and rapey, and their gaze is harmful to women, so they shouldn't look. Whereas Muslim men believe that men are bestial and rapey, and therefore we should cover our women in cloth so that the men can't see them. And I'm sorry, between those two options, between the option of men are bestial and rapey, so they should be prevented from looking, and men are bestial and rapey, so we should put cloth in between the woman and the man so that he can't see her. The second one is at least a little bit more proactive because it at least puts the impetus on the woman to protect herself rather than morally shaming the man for ever looking.
Like, that's something that that's something the misandry is something that's kind of common between, like, both of those, both feminism and, like, certain parts of, like, Muslim culture, basically.
Yeah, rather than actually be progressive and think to themselves, wait a minute, maybe men aren't bestial and rapey, they think, well, obviously men are bestial and rapey. The only thing we disagree on is how we deal with it. But anyway, let's get back to the
Yeah.
article because we've gone far afield here.
Right. Okay, despite Roman accounts of female rulers or priestess, the exact role of women in Celtic society is unknown because Celtic people didn't have a written language. Information about Celtic pagans comes from Roman accounts and archaeological finds. In Roman accounts, Celtic women were viewed as angry, strong, promiscuous, and more equal to men than their Roman counterparts. In Gaul, Celtic women shared in their husband's wealth, with either one inheriting upon the death of the other. However, women could be interrogated if their husband died and taken as hostages or given away in marriage to cement alliances. I mean, to be fair, that was just medieval society.
Yeah, that was just basically the default. alliances are made by marriages. And here's the other little niggling detail here. A man in that situation is murdered. If a man is conquered by a different tribe, he gets
Uh,
he gets disemboweled or his head cut off or something. The
yeah.
woman, for as awkward as it is, and for as morally not okay as it is, that she is forced to have sex with her captor, she at least lives to fuck another day.
Oh, yeah, she becomes a concubine, basically.
Yeah, and given that women in most every culture are the ones who raise their children, it's not uncommon for a woman a woman taken in conquest to foment hatred of the father in her offspring, so that when her offspring comes of age, you get a Lady Macbeth situation where the son kills the father and the mother sits on the throne along with her offspring. In short, women live long enough to at least become a threat to the next in line to the throne. Men get ritually disemboweled and their heads cut off.
Pretty
And
much,
yet
yeah.
somehow men get ritually disemboweled or decapitated, women most effective.
Pretty much, yeah.
Uh,
That's how it always is.
well, Giant Turtle says no, men aren't always murdered. Sometimes they are enslaved for for hard labor or used for medical experiments and cannon fodder.
Uh,
Yeah, pretty much,
okay,
yeah.
medical experiments not in this context because we're talking about ancient Rome, Dragon Turtle. But yes, yes, men are also occasionally enslaved. But even then, in one kind of slavery, all you have to do is fuck and or raise the children that result from said fucking. In the other kind of slavery, you are subject to hard labor and possibly whipped if you're not fast enough at it or effective enough at it. So even comparing apples to apples here, even comparing slavery to slavery here, we're still being a lot kinder to the woman historically than we are the man in these cases.
Okay.
I mean, like women typically, women. It's kind of like how in movies, people tend to sympathize with with female characters more than male characters. Like that's why men are judged more harshly for like crying
Yeah.
or something. You know.
Yeah, men expresses any kind of emotion or entitlement at all. He is the lowest scum of the earth. Women expresses emotion or any kind of entitlement at all. The entire world revolves around her getting what she wants. But anyway, again, back on point here.
Pumpkin spice.
Yeah.
That's later. Women were not noted to be in positions of power and goal, uh, though some of the richest Iron Age burials in Central Europe were women. And there were two British Celtic queens in 1 AD, implying some power or status. Various stories cast women in strong roles, such as the tale of Skaha, a warrior woman who trained Cuchulainn. There's also the tale of Queen Maeve, or Queen Mav of no, I think that's Maeve, of Connaught, who led a cattle raid of the kingdom of Ulster to obtain a bull that was equal to her husband's best animal.
Okay, but here's the other thing. There are different kinds of power. There is overt power and there is covert power. Women are almost always the primary benefactors of covert power. And the benefit of covert power is twofold. Number one, those with overt power tend to be dethroned rather violently, as we just went over. When a kingdom is conquered, the king usually gets the guillotine treatment, whereas the queen usually survives long enough to marry the next guy if she's skilled at manipulating. And two, covert power is less accountable than overt power. I.e., are we really going to act like the relationship between Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton is a 21st century invention? Are we really going to act that no king has ever been subservient to the famous yes gear syndrome? Are we going to act like you do what I want or you sleep on the metaphorical equivalent of the couch is a modern phenomena? Because literature, mythology, and history do not bear that out. There are very often queens or people of royal extraction who rule basically through their husbands or sons or brothers.
Yeah. To use I guess pop culture as a reference, you can look at Joffrey, I suppose.
Or the one of the oldest and most iconic examples, Lady Macbeth from Macbeth.
Yeah.
Because bitch, she was basically pussy whipping her husband into killing a guy, for all intents and purposes.
Pretty much, yeah.
Moving on.
Yeah, moving on.
Okay. According to Roman accounts, women could serve as diplomats, judges, and intermediaries. And if his account can be believed, according to Caesar, some Celtic people were polyandrous and others polyamorous.
Yeah, I see no. Of all the things that Caesar said, I find no reason to believe that he was lying about that shit. There was some skewing of the record for propaganda reasons because Caesar's gonna Caesar, but those parts seem to be bared out by the archaeological record and what little oral tradition we do still have from the Celts. So, yeah, he wasn't lying with regards to that. But as you can see, women were still expected to basically hold covert power. And you even see this reflected in the spiritual roles that men and women can take on. Because the male spiritual hierarchy was that of the Druids, which was sort of the formal hierarchy of spirituality at the time, wherein if you were a child who expressed second sight or other spiritual attributes, you would be taken from an early age and trained in basically what amounted to a bardic or druidic college. Whereas if you were a female with those similar tendencies, you would be expected to basically be a village shamaness. That's where we get the concept of the wise woman or witch from. Because while the druids held basically official power as the priests, wizards, and sorcerers of their culture, the women still had basically a local or domestic equivalent of that, where they could be a village wise woman. And there were many cases in which women were considered to be better at particular kinds of magic than men were. It was less a we're oppressing this. It's less an oppressive hierarchy and more of a men and women are different, so their magical abilities are also different. And therefore, women specialize in one particular kind of magic and men specialize in a different kind of magic. And you even see this somewhat reflected in the medieval period when you had wizards or necromancers engaging in formal ritual magic with expensive ritual implements like swords, circles, triangles, etc. Whereas you had the wise woman or witch engaging in what was called low or natural magic, and again, basically functioning as a village apothecary or shamaness. Because women's power was considered to be the power of nurturing hearth and home, hence their magic was considered more naturalistic and more basic, whereas men's power was held within kind of official, rigorous, sort of quasi-academic terms. And even in Norse culture, you had a magic that was specifically held to the power of women. It was called savior. It was literally a magic derived from weaving. It was essentially weaving the fabric of reality in the same way women weave fabric. And one of the ways in which Odin and the Dagda, which is basically his Celtic equivalent, were considered as powerful as they were, was because both Odin and the Dagda were considered to be the only male deity that had mastered both the masculine magics that were common to male practitioners and the feminine magics that were common to female deities. Which again, this either relates to some kind of way in which both parties were disadvantaged or ways in which both parties were advantaged. In any case, you're taking what would ultimately be an egalitarian situation, be it negative or positive, and turning it into the women's are victims narrative.
Yeah, it's a more nuanced situation and a more nuanced look at the realities of gender and differences between them, because there are differences between men and women. And instead of like acknowledging that, it's seen more as, look at how oppressed women are. Oh, the plight of the poor woman.
Yeah. Instead of here's the difference between witches and wizards, or here's the difference between druidesses and wise women, you get the only reason why women weren't allowed to be druids was because oppression hurt her, and but it never seems to flow the other way. You never get a situation of why do male magical practitioners in Celtic society have to go to the bardic or druidic colleges instead of being able to be village shamans like the women can.
I remember there was this feminist chick I used to talk to a long time ago when I was like a bit of an SJW. And basically she said pretty much flat out that she's not really here to advocate for men's issues. If men want to advocate for their issues, then they should do it themselves. So I kind of figure that's why you see this sort of like
I
weird
mean,
standard or
props to her for being honest, because 99 times out of 10 feminists won't admit that.
yeah,
They'll
I mean that's basically that. That's basically it. Wasn't so much as her. It's weird because it wasn't so much as her saying it to being earnest about it. It was more of a defense because I brought up an issue that men face, and she said, "Well, that's
she
not
was
my."
being
Well,
bitchy.
yeah, exactly. Well, that's not my responsibility. It's your responsibility to advocate for yourselves. Like,
But again,
or it was more like
that's
a.
still much more honest than even the bitchiness you get from somebody like Michael Kimmel.
I suppose the reason why, while I do agree with you that it was honest, I suppose the reason why I didn't take it as positively as you did was because it comes off as more apathetic. It's basically
I
like this,
refuse
right?
to give a fuck about you until you prove yourself to me. Is
Well,
the
okay, so basically, this is why. This is why. Because they're happy to speak about the ills of men, and they're happy to comment on things that happen to us in a negative context or speaking about us in a negative context. But for
everything is
some,
toxic masculinity, but ask them what amiable or virtuous masculinity is, and they go silent.
exactly, or you ask them things like, or when it comes to saying, well, what about advocating for us since you like to talk about us all the fucking time? Oh
Or
no,
yeah,
I can't
or
do that.
isn't this supposed to be about equality? Is another good one of like, well, if
Exactly.
this is supposed to be about equality, then shouldn't there be some effort to be equal in this? But
Exactly.
and of course, there's the other side of that everything is toxic masculinity thing, where if you try to claim something as a positive aspect of masculinity, they'll say, no, that's just neutral humanity. That doesn't belong to men. That belongs
Yeah,
to
I've seen
everyone.
that too. Yeah, I've seen that too.
Hey, I'm back.
Yeah.
Welcome back.
I was helping with groceries real quick.
Okay, well, we kept the air from being dead
Okay.
by virtue signaling for men's issues.
Exactly. Someone should, but alright.
Anyway, yeah, back to the article.
Right. While the specific gender roles of Celtic women is unknown, generally speaking, Celtic societies were diverse, united by a related language and religious beliefs, warrior-centered, yet different in geography and economies. Central to these societies were druids, or pagan priests, who acted as bards, overseers of sacrifices, leaders of rituals, philosophers, and intermediaries between gods and goddesses. Because of this diversity, it could be assured that the role of women differed from place to place over time, with some evidence of more power than their Roman counterparts.
And again, the only reason you're saying that is because you don't know enough about Rome to actually know about the nuances of Roman culture. Like, the most you could claim for Rome is that Rome was slightly paternalistic to its women, but even they were obsessed with things like protecting and providing for women. Because every culture that is allegedly quote unquote misogynist, at the end of the day, is mostly just being paternalistic and overprotective. This is why I hate the word misogyny, because when you get right down to it, misogyny is something that only occurs in someone who has a literally brain damaged brain. Because most of what people refer to as misogyny is not an actual direct expression of hatred. Most of what people, especially now, refer to as misogyny is love gone wrong or love for women that has unfortunate side effects. But point to anything, and I mean fucking anything, that is a significant historical trend for women that is actually motivated by hatred instead of paternalistic overprotectiveness. Because you will not find it. Because the only people who are genuinely misogynistic are people who have gone through enough personal trauma that their brains aren't working right. And I will stand by that because I've looked at history 5 ways to Sunday, and most of what on a societal scale gets called misogynistic is not actually motivated by hatred, which is what misogyny is. It's motivated by love that happens to have belittling or unfortunate side effects. But instead of addressing the fact of male psychology, which is sometimes our love for women becomes so excessive that it goes wrong, instead of addressing love for women going wrong, it's, oh, this had unfortunate side effects? You must have known and intended for that to be the case, derp.
It's all about the struggle, man.
Yeah. Oy vey. Moving on.
Still, it is important to note that Iron Age Celts were patriarchal. As such, the role of women in Celtic society should not be idealized. Nevertheless, even after the conversion of Ireland to Christianity, some remnants of female power persisted in that there were two female bishops in the 5th century, Bridget of Kildare and Beorhtric of Northumbria.
I will point out, though, that it's possible that Brigid was fictional, because it's very possible that the Celtic goddess Brigid got demoted and sanctified during the conversion to Christianity, in the same way that in modern day Voudon you have Mama Brigitte, who is the wife of Baron Samedi, who is also possibly a voodooization of the Celtic goddess Brigid. So, while there may have also been a Saint Brigid, an actual person behind it, it's also possible that her role as a saint was a way for Christianity to internalize a pagan goddess without admitting that she was a goddess. Because they did that a lot.
I did.
Roman bishops protested their participation in the sacrament, and eventually, as more missionaries were sent to the British Isles from Rome, women were ousted from positions of power within the church. By the Middle Ages, women could only become abbesses. Ab, I'm sorry, it's just the word here. Abbesses.
I genuinely don't know that one.
And nuns.
Oh, abbots, probably.
Okay. Anything to add to that, or?
No, I don't really have anything to add there. I mean, obviously it's cartoonishly oversimplified because basically whenever you have to chalk your enemy's actions up to hatred, you're probably wrong, because most people, at least in their own heads, need to see themselves as the good guy. So there's usually, at least, no matter how convoluted, an argument of, I'm not the bad guy because I'm doing it for X reason.
Right.
And if we could all just acknowledge that, we probably could refrain from strawmanning the shit out of each other more, but that's neither here nor there.
Mm.
Moving on.
Whatever role of women in Celtic society, Christian views of women leave much to be desired. Consider the following quotes. Do you not know that you are each an Eve? Sentence of God on this sex of yours lives in this age. The guilt must of necessity live too. You are the devil's gateway. You are the unsealer of the forbidden tree. You are the first deserter of the divine law. You are she who persuaded him whom the devil was not valiant enough to attack. You destroyed so easily God's image, man, on account of your desert.
Okay. Fuck this noise. Fuck this noise. Did you forget, my darling, that in the Christian mythos, a woman who has not laid with a man and thus not been corrupted by a man is responsible for giving birth to God's avatar on earth, i.e., the Virgin Mary, who is in a lot of Catholic circles basically all but worshipped as a goddess, is a virgin woman who has not been corrupted by male attention. So, yeah, you can miss me with all of that shit. And just so we're entirely clear, and I apologize for the Christians in the audience because I know they're there, but the Old Testament didn't like either gender, really, because here's the thing. The most famous example I can come up with is 1 Corinthians 7 verses 4 and 5, wherein both genders are basically told, your value doesn't exist in yourself. Your value exists as bound to the other gender. You know, men are supposed to leave their homes and cleave to their wives. Wives are supposed to be subservient to their men, etc. Which effectively winds up with both genders seeking their validation and their belonging and their self-worth from each other rather than internally in themselves, which basically means neither of you is worth a damn thing except as a means to each other's ends. Yeah, there's that whole thing of Joseph seemed unnecessarily cooperative with this whole honey, I got knocked up by God thing.
All right.
Yeah, moving on.
Okay. What is the difference whether it is a wife or a mother? It is still Eve the temptress that we must beware of in any woman. I fail to see what use women, I guess, can be to man if one excludes the function of bearing children. Saint Augustine of Hippo.
Yeah, okay. Augustine was an idiot of literally biblical proportions. Let's not beat around that particular bush because fuck Saint Augustine. But
Um,
um nevertheless, um have you ever looked at what the clergy said about men? Because for all of those disparaging remarks that you can find about women, the same is said of men and of humans in general. Because again, particularly with regards to extremely fundamentalist Christianity and, of course, the Old Testament, nobody is said to have any intrinsic value except for God. To the point that when Job finally asked God, "What did I do wrong?" in the book of Job, God gets pissed at Job. Mind you, this is after having allowed Lucifer to take literally everything from Job, up to and including his wife and family, and giving him boils, abrasions, leprosy, etc. So even after this, Job didn't actually disparage God in any way. All he said was, "I am sure, my Lord, that you are my advocate in heaven, and therefore, if I did anything wrong, I am sure you could explain," is basically the long and the short of it. He doesn't even like demand God show himself and explain. He just asks, like, "God, please show yourself and explain to me what I did wrong that I might make amends for it." And again, I'm paraphrasing because I don't know the book of Job like word for word, but it's basically, "I'm not even angry, God. Just please explain to me what I did wrong so I can make amends for it." And God, as depicted in the book of Job, takes exception to this. He takes exception to the fact that he should ever have to explain a goddamn thing. Where were you when I laid the earth's foundations? Where were you when I created the sea and told it uh put it in its motions, etc., etc. Can you bring out the stars? Can you cause the rain? So on and so forth. So yeah, the Bible, while it may have its positive aspects, and I'm not disputing that it does have its positive aspects, just like all fucking religions, to be honest, but it also has an undercurrent of human beings in general aren't worth shit, and they're only useful as a means to serve God.
Mm.
It's one of the reasons why I don't particularly like Christianity, because I don't believe that people are fallen by way of original sin and need to redeem themselves. I believe people are inherently worthwhile and need to find out the best way they can express that value. But that's a conversation for another day. Next.
Right, as regards the individual nature, woman is defective and misbegotten, where the active force in the male seed tends to the production of a perfect likeness in the masculine sex, while the production of woman comes from a defect in the active force or from some material indisposition or even from some external influence. Thomas Aquinas.
And again, while this might be an extremely pig-headed thing for him to say, this wasn't accepted doctrine among the clergy. There were plenty of clergy who wrote responses to this very same screed and basically responded with, "Women are the pure ones, men are the defective ones whose only purpose is to be a beast of goddamn burden." So, and again, I'm summarizing and paraphrasing, but
It's funny because a lot of feminists treat us that way anyway. So
yeah, it's funny. They have no problem with the idea that women are more powerful than men or that women are more virtuous than men. They just don't think they should be held accountable for that power or that virtue. We want great power, but we want no accountability or responsibility with it whatsoever. Yeah, moving on.
If women, become tired or even die, that does not matter. Let them die in childbirth. That's why they are there. Martin Luther.
And again, this was not settled doctrine, and there were plenty of people who argued with him about this. And there's also many cases where he argued with himself. I'm 90% sure that all of these quotes are taken out of context, and that there's a larger point that that all of these people are either responding to or trying to set up for another circumstance.
It probably is, yeah.
Mm.
It's just more effective to it's just more effective for her argument to cut out context.
Yeah. What do I care that the Bible dehumanizes men as well? That and the clergy dehumanized men as well. That's not convenient for me. What do I care that the medieval understanding of womanhood was that they were more pure and more sexually powerful than men, and therefore should be held more accountable to how they use it? Derp. It's fucking ridiculous. It's like we want the witch iconography, but we don't want any of the implications of the witch iconography. But that's a topic for another day. Anyway, moving on.
God, this reminds me of Hocus Pocus too. What a horrible fucking movie.
I mean, I didn't hate it, but it didn't need to exist either. It's like
the misandristic crap pissed me off, honestly.
Like okay, the one thing I will say about Hocus Pocus 2 that bothered me was, for all of the male shopkeeper's work, Gilbert, I think his name was.
Yeah.
For all that he was basically a magic fanboy and had spent years reading the book and everything, he basically didn't get any powers, or even the ability. Like, he didn't even get the opportunity to use magic after the sisters were raised. And I'm like, guys, what also bothers me is he tells the main girls things they didn't know about magic, and then they go ahead and use the things he tells them, but he doesn't. Like, when he gives them Angelica leaves and explains to them that it's useful for breaking curses, and then he winds up bound to the hourglass by Winifred, and he doesn't even think to use Angelica leaves to get himself out of it, which fucking bothers me.
It's just terrible writing, really.
He clearly has the knowledge and is skilled enough at magic to make a black flame candle. So, for why doesn't he get to join the coven or anything at the end?
Because they wanted a female focused movie, I think.
Yeah, they wanted. I know they wanted. Again, it's the feminist thing of witchcraft is a woman's thing, derp. Yeah, no.
The woman's the main, yeah.
Anyway, go on.
Alright, the selection of quotes demonstrate the dismissal role of women to Christian thinkers. Women were originators of sin, inferior to men, and useful for little more than breeding. With the conversion of Celtic people to Christianity, powerful female religious figures from stories and legends were recast as witches. Feminists argue that Christianity actively suppressed female knowledge of herbs, medicine, contraceptives, childbirth, and nature in general. This suppression of female knowledge and experience was continued through scientific and medical institutions.
Fuck you so inconceivably hard. Again, you want a virtue signal about how witchcraft is a woman's issue, I will go through that entire spiel again, but I've already gone through it once, so I'm not going to go through it again. Point being, witchcraft was not and is not a woman's issue, and your attempt to completely forego any male harm done by any of this, or any male versions of any of this, fucking pisses me off.
I don't blame you.
Yeah. Moving on.
Feminists also argue that witch hunts were a means of controlling women and their knowledge. Sylvia Federici argued that the persecution of witches forced women out of the public sphere into private households as part of the development of capitalism. Okay, this article makes no sense because it's just...
Okay. Once again, The ratio of men to women in witch trials was roughly 60-40, all things considered. Yes, there were times where it was lower, and but there were also times where it was higher. But in general, the ratio of men to women victims in witch trials was 60-40, and the actual rationale, i.e., the reasons why the people who did the thing in the medieval Christian mindset was witchcraft was considered an extension of the sin of lust, and women were considered more vulnerable to corruption by the devil in this way because, number one, they were considered to have a stronger sex drive because women were the ones that actually bore children, and women were considered to be more pure and therefore more susceptible to corruption. And if you want to take that and make it a women's issue, I would point out to you that when women were thought to sign their souls over to the devil, they were called witches, which is a term which has its roots in the Anglo-Saxon word for wise. And when men did the exact same shit, or were alleged to do the exact same shit, they were called warlocks because they were considered to be traitors or oath breakers to God himself. Because when women sold their souls to the devil, it was thought that they were victims of the devil's trickery, whereas when men were alleged to sell their souls to the devil, they were thought to be doing it deliberately and therefore being active traitors to their oaths to God. You ignorant cunts.
Huh. I like that. Well done.
Moving on.
Okay. Interestingly, despite stories of witches and powerful female figures, Ireland had relatively few witch hunts, with only 4 to 10 recorded witch trials. Britain and Wales, on the other hand, had about 300 to 1,000 witch trials, and of which 228 were recorded. Scotland recorded 599 witch trials. This is still low compared to Germany, which had 8,188 recorded witch trials and an estimated 17,000 and 26,000 trials altogether. France, Germany, and Switzerland had the largest number of witch trials. In all, 40,000 to 100,000 people were killed for being witches. Nowadays, 20% were men, though the gender ratio varied from country to country.
Yeah, I'm going to have to see your statistics on that one because, like I say, the ratio is 60-40. If you take all of the witch trials that occurred in all of the countries where it occurred, the ratio is 60-40. Yes, it's lower sometimes. Yes, it's high, but it's also higher sometimes. So being actually intellectually honest with ourselves, the ratio stands at 60-40. And also, like I mentioned earlier, but I will mention again because we didn't have as large of an audience earlier, when men were accused, they were usually accused with higher crimes because it was thought that men were the leaders of their various witch hives, or they were the high priest of their various covens, and therefore they were more responsible for the creation of the witch cult, because it was thought that male priests would corrupt female locals, and therefore they were basically the understudies of the devil. And also, let's not forget that the devil is, after all, a male figure, and therefore most of this can be boiled down to, ew, when a woman gets involved with the wrong man, she gets corrupted. Ew. Never mind that women are considered inherently pure sans corruption, hence why the Virgin Mary, but that's just inconvenient to everyone's narrative, I guess. Moving on.
Mm-hmm. The witch hunts were the bloodiest after the Reformation. It is beyond the scope of this essay to explore the various theories regarding the cause of these witch hunts, but it is at least safe to assume that notions of gender and female sinfulness were convenient tropes that could be drawn upon to justify the threat of witches.
Fuck yourself, you disingenuous bitch. It's funny how you'd spent like a third of this essay virtue signaling how witch trials were a women's issue, But when it comes to actually backing up your claims by addressing the actual way that these people were viewed at the time, or the rationales behind these witch trials, it's like, well, it's beyond the scope of this essay for me to actually back up any of the shit that I'm saying. Fuck you, you evil, evil bitch.
Yes, that's basically how I feel about these types of people. But I've dealt with them so long, it's draining.
Yeah, it's like, I'm going to spend a third of this virtue signaling about how witch trials are totally a woman's issue, guys. But then I'm not going to actually, go through the process of backing up any of the shit that I'm saying, and half of the shit that I'm actually saying is erroneous and obviously refutable if I actually did bother to look into any of this. Fucking, like, okay, there are two options for you, my dear. Either you can do the work and actually go into this, in which case you will find that you are wrong because this is an ideological construct you've invented. In which case you can talk about it at your leisure, and that's fine. Or you can not go into the origins of this, but that also implies you don't have the ability to virtue signal about it. Either virtue signal in an informed way, or just
Not at
don't
all.
virtue signal. That
Yeah.
it's like, you want it both ways, where you can spend a third of the article bitching about this, but not have to go into the necessary depth to actually back up any of the shit you're saying.
It's funny because like a lot of these types of like social justice-y feminists, what they can make so many of their arguments without having to virtue signal and ignore basically the like anything that happens negatively to men, and just say that like, look at how history has treated us both, and then you can elaborate into how women are, and then you can go into the negatives of how women are treated, but it doesn't benefit the
Yeah, and it's not like this information is unknown. We have the goddamn, or at least we have a bunch of the actual trial records, as in it's written down in the actual court documents, because these trials were conducted in a court for all of the bullshit that they spewed. They were at least documented in an official capacity. So we have the court records. We also have the diaries and journal entries and letters of the people who perpetuated these trials, i.e., we have explanations of, here is my rationale for why I'm doing what I'm doing. Here is why I think this person should be condemned to the either the stake or the noose, depending. Like we have not only the actual official court documents and the letters and the journals of the people involved, we also have documentation within the official documents of the actual arguments being made by the respective people doing it. So we have discussions between people within these trials going, here is why I think we should do this. Well, here is my rebuttal to that, and so on and so forth. Like, we have this information. We know why they did it, and they admitted to why they did it in their own framework. But you can't. But it's funny because whenever we criticize, whenever people they disagree with criticize them from outside of a given culture, they always virtue signal about, you have to be anthropologically objective and operate from within the mindset, from within the culture of the people you're talking about. And then when it comes to arguments like this, they just completely fucking turn that off and go, I can say whatever unfalsifiable woo-woo bullshit I need to about these people, and I don't need to take what they actually thought or what they actually claimed to think into account for any of this.
It makes the rationale always makes sense when you look at it in terms of like painting a narrative or the optics of the situation. It benefits their argument more
Yeah,
to
it's just fucking cognitive dissonance and belief perseverance and confirmation bias and what have you.
exactly, yeah. Like it just benefits their argument more to do that shit.
But it annoys me because in literally every other context, like if you or I was to say something about how Muslim culture is overly traditionalistic,
Yeah.
they would say, you can't say that about Muslimness because you aren't operating within the Muslim framework. Or if we were to say, it's barbaric that African tribes do various things, or certain tribes are cannibals or what have you. They
Yeah.
go, well, if you look at it in the context of their culture, et cetera, this is the rationale why they do it, et cetera, et cetera. But when it's their own culture, when it's the history of their own culture, or when it's people they actually have to operate within a culture of, like as I pointed out a couple weeks ago, they would rather give everyone in any other culture but their own the benefit of the doubt anthropologically. But when it comes to people within their own culture who operate in a different political or philosophical framework, they might as well be talking about goddamn aliens and or monkeys.
It's
Depending.
just, it's the unfortunate nature of overt political tribalism. That's basically it. Especially nowadays where you see so much of this shit in entertainment and media. It's just
Yeah,
tribal.
no, I know why. It's just the part of my brain that requires philosophical consistency just bashes its head against a wall, because it's like you always talk about how viewing tribes as primitive is barbaric and overly simplistic. But when it's but you extend that to tribes completely different from your culture. You extend that to tribes, far away and long ago, but you can't extend that to, well, my neighbor happens to operate in a different philosophical framework than I do. I guess I should be objective in the same way I'm objective to every other culture. No, it's just the my framework is the only valid framework that can be drawn from this evidence, even though the entire purpose of especially modern day historical anthropology is always you have to operate from within the framework of the people at the time so that you don't strawman the shit out of them.
Yeah.
But when it's a neighbor who happens to have a different worldview, now I see no problem with strawmanning the shit out of them. Derp. In fact, you'll get arguments of, here's why I shouldn't have to be charitable to X, Y, or Z person.
Yeah, it's usually something like it's usually something like I shouldn't. It boils down to this argument that TJ once said, and that was more or less, you can't be tolerant to intolerance or some shit like that. And that's
Yeah,
basically
never mind all the various intolerances that, for example, uh, tribal cultures have, or Muslims have, or various other religions might have.
yeah,
Those intolerances are fine because they're in a different culture. But but I shouldn't have to countenance the idea that I might be wrong ever. So everyone within my own culture or my own time period can just get fucked. And I
Guys,
shouldn't have to be charitable for them, even though my entire every other facet of my worldview is focused on
guys,
being charitable and objective with every other culture. Anyway,
exactly.
moving on.
yeah. Do you think we're going to have to call this article after this paragraph and move on to the next stuff just for time's sake? All right. In summary, thus far, Halloween originated from the Celtic holiday of Samhain. The Celts were converted to Christianity, and Samhain, like other pagan holidays, was Christianized into All Saints' Day. The conversion to Christianity resulted in a diminished role for women in the public sphere and the denigration of female legendary figures as witches. However, it was the trade of one patriarchal society for another, albeit one with codified hyper-misogyny through religious texts and religious thinkers who believed women were little more than sinful broodmares.
And men as little more than living oxen, basically, as
Pretty much.
sapient, like beasts of burden. And here's the thing. Again, I will say, because Dragon Turtle mentions this, I think they believe everything they're saying. I think they just have a massive blind spot that is accountable to things like um, confirmation bias, cognitive dissonance, and just sheer um, isolation from any other worldview. They're what I call worldview blind, where the scientific aspects of their brains work fine in everything that relates to their worldview, but the very second they're faced with the possibility of a different worldview, all of a sudden it's like, how do I be intellectually charitable, Derp? I'm still standing by it. Hamlin's razor, never attribute to malice what can be explained by incompetence. That being said, oh gods, is this ever incompetent? And
Uh,
that's why it pisses me off, because I actually respect evil when it's well done. Like, I respect characters like Azula from Avatar, for example, because being actively malicious but competent is actually respectable. But incompetence, no matter whether it's moral or immoral, just pisses me off.
all
Like,
right, so I'm often split on that. For the last article we read, I think it's more or less just malicious clickbait. For this, I think it's just incompetence and ignorance, but like actual belief in these values. I think more often than not, it's probably a little bit of both.
yeah,
Because I mean, to make these types of arguments, you have to have some sort of disingenuousness, right? Like you can't say that this such and such is a woman's
yeah, and you'll even
or
see them
like
justify it to themselves, like it's, I know I'm fudging things a little bit or making things over dramatic, but I'm doing it for the
exactly
greater good, Derp.
exactly yeah. Like there has to be some combination of the two.
Yeah,
So
but
that's where I
yeah,
follow along the
my
line.
my my
I think
contention though is normally when there is disingenuousness, because of course there is, it's it's motivated by the same kind of it's motivated by the same kind of rationales that result in wartime propaganda, i.e., I know I'm being disingenuous, but I'm being disingenuous to win a
for the
war.
right cause, yeah.
In their case, the war is entirely philosophical or entirely ideological, and that's why you'll see, like, I often get mad at Allison Seaman from Honey Badger Radio, and to be fair, I don't get mad at her often, but in this particular case, I get mad at her sometimes because her or Karen, I've noticed this particularly on the old Rant Zerkers, will point out the like smarmy expression on these people's faces, and they'll rightfully term it as duper's delight, but then they'll assume that these people know they're lying, and that's normally where I get off the carousel. I don't think they're making the duper's delight face because they know they're lying. I think they're making the duper's delight face because they're making a partisan point to get one over on their ideological enemies. It's a expression of "take that, you subhuman scum."
Well, so okay, brainstormer's gone, so I guess we'll have to like
I mean, yeah, that gives us space to fill in the dead air, I suppose.
exactly. So I guess I'll kind of explain it this way, right? On the one hand, I do get what you're saying, and that like, well, not everyone, like it's impossible for everyone to know they're lying and to be like a mustache twirling villain. However, when you're especially when it comes to politics and when it comes to hyper partisan style politics, right? Like
Mhm.
you're going to have a lot of people who do sort of ignore information that's
Yeah,
inconvenient to their
sell their soul to the quote unquote greater good,
exactly.
basically.
Whereas well, there is an argument to be made that like for your more like standard run of the mill types who basically just like come to these articles, consume the information like it's soup, and then leave and then like go on Twitter and go about the rest of the day. They
Yeah,
probably do honestly believe what's being said.
yeah.
Like they don't like think about the contradictions
Because
or
because this is what all the smart people believe. Therefore, I
exactly
must be an idiot for assuming it doesn't make sense. There must
exactly
be more. There must be more. It's essentially a weaponization of intellectual charity because most people who are uninformed, I think, will will take the information, and even if they spot it and they think to themselves, well, that doesn't really make sense, they default back to, well, but the people who are saying all these things, or the people who did this research, are so much smarter than me, so I must be the stupid one for thinking there's something wrong with it. It's kind of like in the story of the Emperor's New Clothes, where like some people I'm sure went along with the idea of the Emperor having new clothes out of fear, i.e., I can obviously see that he's naked, but I'm not going to mention it because I might get my head cut off. But there's also probably people in that fable that were like, okay, well, apparently this fabric is only visible to the pure of mind. Therefore, if I can't see it, then the problem lies with me, not
I,
not with the fabric.
I think it's more like in because these articles don't really even get that much attention anymore. I think it's more likely that it's probably just the people who like already believe this shit, like like people who are hardcore the Mary Sue goers, right?
Oh
Like
God.
like they believe what they read in the Mary Sue because one, they agree with the politics in those articles, and they probably on some level like agree with what's being said.
Yeah. It
So
makes sense to them,
yeah,
therefore it must obviously be true.
exactly, yeah, and they're probably people who look for confirmation bias and shit. So that's probably what you get from people who consume these sort of articles. It's like this already agrees with my worldview, so I go along with it. Now, what I think when it comes to the people who make the articles themselves, I think it's somewhere between your opinion and the that chick from the Honey Badgers radio. I don't know her name. I don't even remember what her name.
Allison
Allison.
Tiemann.
I think it's somewhere between you and Allison where there is some duplicitousness because there has to be, right, for like
Yeah,
this type of what you do, but
yeah.
there's probably like a firm belief in it because yeah, I'm lying and I'm fudging facts, but I have a much more important mission, and that's to
The
virtue signal
greater
about
good.
about women and shit. So there you go.
Yeah. The greater good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
I
greater good,
I
basically.
I, I just again, it's that thing of like, number one, I've researched enough history about people who have gotten taken in um by stupid cult mentalities and things. Like I've studied cult behavior and cult psychology before, so I know 9 times out of 10, even if you don't start with believing it, even if you do perpetuate something out of opportunistic partisan bullshit, eventually, especially if it's something that you associate with every day, you kind of start buying your own bullshit to the point where you can't tell where the line of I'm lying for opportunistic reasons ends and the line of I genuinely believe this begins.
That's kind of the unfortunate reality of like these articles, for example, is that like you can't always really know. Like with some, it's more obvious than others,
Yeah.
but with a lot of them, it's probably a combination of like, yeah, this is clickbait, but also this is my actual opinion about it. Look at me, I'm so provocative and I'm
Yeah.
so
Where's the line at the end of the day?
yeah, it's kind of hard to to really know. That's why
And
I
that
kind of
Yeah, and that's why I usually default to Hamlin's razor, because that, at the very least, that means that even if I'm wrong, I'm at least being logical. And honestly, there's less harm in being more charitable to someone than they deserve than being less charitable to someone than they deserve. I.e., I would rather give someone the benefit of the doubt, give them enough rope to hang themselves, and then be proven wrong, than I would be the guy that lights the metaphorical pyre.
I would I agree with that for the most part, and like the one one of the few exceptions I would probably have with what you said is when it comes to like certain types of debates, because like in certain especially like debates against someone like your Vosh, right? Your Voshes and
Oh
shit.
God, Vosh.
Like
Just
basically with someone like that, you almost have to go against your instincts, because what he likes to do is he likes to poison the well a lot, and then he likes to dominate the argument and while continuously poisoning the well against you, and bombard you with a lot of things that you have to argue against. And in the process of having to sort through all of these points that he's making, he's still poisoning the well.
But the thing is, like, I think Destiny has alluded to this when arguing with Vosh before, is I think on some level it's just Vosh is too much of an idiot to parse the difference between his various positions, and he just assumes it all makes sense.
I could see that. Yeah, I could see that. But I also think it's probably like part. But I think it's also a
Yeah, no,
debate.
he's a disingenuous fucker if ever there was
Yeah.
one. I'm just saying. I think Vosh is probably an example of someone who doesn't know where the line is between what I'm trying to convince people to believe and what I actually think.
Like I can see that, but I'm mostly speaking in terms of like the debate tactic itself. Basically like the tactic.
Yeah, I understand I understand where you're coming from. I'm just
All right.
saying, like, it's one of those things of not to mention that, but in debates particularly, you usually can win by showing your opponent being intellectually uncharitable. Like, usually I've argued with people before, like, similar to Vosh, that they try to leave all those traps, and I'm just like, well, being as intellectually charitable as possible, I'm going to assume you mean that, and then what usually happens is I can get them to agree with something that I like. I'll say, okay, well, based on this position of yours, your rationale is presumably something along these lines, and then they'll agree to that, and then I'll respond with, well, based on that framework, have you considered this thing that demonstrates you're obviously wrong? And then they're stuck in a corner because they've already agreed with my perhaps overly charitable version of their position, so they have to argue from within it.
I suppose I see that more as like, and this is kind of a bit of a weird distinction. I suppose I see that more as an argument than a debate. When I think of a debate, I think of something more public, where you have to where you're not really convincing your opponent, you're more or less convincing the audience, right? Like take
Yeah,
Brainstormer here. Like, and we start arguing about, I don't know, Chick-fil-A versus KFC or some stupid shit. And like it's more or less our job to convince Brainstormer of whatever it is our particular position
right,
is.
right,
Yeah.
and that's fair. But I've noticed that you can do both, because in in debates where you can out and out show someone being disingenuous or at least not knowing their own position well, the audience almost universally comes on your side. For example, take the Voss thing. I've seen him do this disingenuous shit
Hey
with
guys,
with yeah, sorry. Let me finish the sentence and then we'll get back to the thing. Um I've seen him argue about things that aren't even political. Like, he was in a religious debate with Ocean Keltoy, who actually agrees with him on the whole Antifa thing and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
And he was still doing the disingenuous hack job, because no matter how many sensible arguments Ocean would make about why his position didn't make any goddamn sense, he would just go in a fucking circle where he would like refute what Ocean just said and then default back to his original position without changing his position at fucking all or
Oh, yeah.
elaborating on his position at fucking
Yeah,
all. It was
because
ridiculous.
because Vouch is like hyper aggressive in arguments. I remember. I'll be really quick, Brainstorm. I just want to put this point out. So there was this one guy called. So he was arguing against this like commie guy once. I forgot what his fucking name was. But anyway, so and he basically and the first thing he said was like they were arguing about Syria, like bombings in Syria or whatever. And he basically said something like, Vouch said something like, "You're a conspiracy theorist like Holocaust deniers." And like he just dropped nukes like that on the guy. Like even though they agreed probably on more
Yeah.
on
I
what.
don't care about the substance of the issue. I care about demonstrating that you're an invalid person. Derp.
Exactly, yeah. And he kept calling him like a right winger, and this dude's like a communist. So it's like
Yeah. Anyway, back to the
nuke.
article du
Well,
jour.
actually, I thought we'd just move on because like I think it was taking a bit too long, and
Well, how much left of the article do we have?
let me reopen it because I was busy. My internet crapped out, so I had to like do a lot of things to like get back.
Yeah, I figured that's what happened.
Damn it.
Because Brainstormer's computer is a potato.
Okay, it is not that. It's over a decade. Okay, it's a little over a decade old, so not that
It's
bad.
from 2009, so by modern standards, it's a potato.
My laptop is from like my laptop's from like 2015 maybe.
Yeah, there is a lot here, so and we only got
Let's just split it, and we'll come back to it next week.
Yeah.
Because there's more stupid in them that are hills.
Right. At first, I first thought it was my computer that was kind of messing up a bit because it does that sometimes. But then, yeah, it just turned out to be my internet router, and like, so I just unplugged that, plugged it back in, and everything started working. So
Yeah.
Ooh,
Okay. So next topic.
All right, I just wanted to say to Dragon Turtle, that's an excellent point. But yeah, go ahead.
Hold on.
yeah, this was the one I kind of wanted you to talk to you to be here for. Corrupt.
Nice.
Oh god.
The official teaser for Velma.
Ew. Oh god, I have to watch this again. All right, let's go.
I haven't seen this. I've heard people. Well, I've seen people talk about it on Twitter, but I haven't really.
Yeah, I hadn't looked into it much myself. I just know it's corrupt style cringe. So yeah, he should be here for this.
All right, let's watch this.
We also have an associating article with this after. So
I guess Jinx would be or Zonkies would be the appropriate
it's
pause word for this.
It's Jinkies.
Yeah. But yeah, Zoinks would be the
okay. No, Velma's thing is Jinkies.
Yeah, Jinkies.
Shaggy is Zoinks.
Yeah. Anyway, Jinkies.
Yeah.
Dear HBO Max, I just learned you intend to make a genre-bending comedic origin story of Judy Jetson.
Oh, shut up, you
When I heard this new version of Judy Jetson wouldn't be boy crazy, the only word I had to describe my...
Okay,
I hate this so much. Oh my god. You like things the way they were created? You're a bad person.
Yeah,
Shut up.
you find there to be value to things that's inherent to the
So-
things? How dare you?
What's up, Brainstormer? What is your
well, I don't really have anything to say just yet because there wasn't really a lot in the first 20 seconds. I will say I've seen the character designs, and we'll get into that later. But how it looks on a technical aspect doesn't look bad. Though, granted, I would have to see some things in motion, like the characters and stuff, to really gauge the animation.
Yeah, I don't really have anything to say other than the fact that even that little bit of setup seems somewhat like it feels like a aren't we being so meta? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge already, and it's
For being meta, like look at that. Like you like things the way they are. Well, you're a bad person.
she's also writing an email to HBO Max, which is where the new show is going to be. So, wah.
I can't see the rest of this. This annoys me. Go ahead,
I like a part of me is sorry, but also kind of not.
Yeah, Jinkies.
Yeah.
My disgust is Jinkies. If there is one thing the internet agrees on, it's that you should never change anything ever. I hope you die.
Oh,
Season
shut up.
3,
Oh, dude.
Really?
Okay,
Shut up, you stupid fucking bitch. Like, this fucking pisses me the fuck off.
I'm being a mouthpiece for the writers.
right,
It's
sir.
like, what's up, Brainstormer?
hold on, please. Okay, so Corrupt goes, then I'll go, and then Dom, anything you have to say? You know.
Oh, seriously, shut the fuck up. Oh my god. I don't like the fact that, like, oh my god, I don't care for the designs, or I don't care for an aspect of the show. Like, clearly I want the writers to die. That's so beyond idiotic and stupid, and only like the most vapid fucking moron would say some shit like that. Like, holy
Yeah,
shit.
Right.
it's a straw man is what the issue is.
Yeah, it's very strong. I was gonna say, like, yeah, it is like very disingenuous, and yeah, I'm trying to think of the word. I had the word, but it's like projecting, I guess.
It really is. It's like, it's basically their way of saying, ha, we like changed all these, like, the thing that, like, Daphne, for example, right? Oh my god, the things they did to Daphne are fucking stupid.
Well,
Like-
they have, like, the article is the one that has the descriptions of the characters. We'll get into that, obviously.
Yeah, but long and the short of it is, imagine this in reverse. Imagine let's take something that is near and dear to the, social justice sphere, something created predominant. Yeah, like let's take Steven Universe, and let's make it a populist right adaptation of Steven Universe. Let's make it a
like, if I remember correctly, I remember seeing, like, someone made a fan art where Steven was,
an ICE agent.
I was gonna say, a Chad.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I was. I can't remember. Like, it was just like, it was very like. I can't remember what it was, but I saw like a couple of years ago, and it just came to mind.
I remember seeing a video. I think it was from that one channel that always covers cartoons. The
Crap,
one that
I gotta
has
go. Sorry, I have to go. Something literally just came up. I'm so
Okay.
sorry.
sorry,
You're
Corrupt.
fine.
All right, I'll see you guys later. I'll tell you what happened when I come back.
Yeah, okay. But anyway, I remember seeing a alternate universe take on Steven Universe where instead of being the offspring of Pink Diamond, he was the offspring of White Diamond, and he was therefore very like sporty and war based.
Mm.
I remember that one, but I don't remember Chad Steven. Anyway.
Yeah, it was just a piece of art I had seen. I can't remember where the fuck it was.
Anyway, Jinkies.
Right. Okay. Jinkies.
Is Judy still white? Unknown caller. Spooky. Hello? Velma Dinkley speaking.
Hello, Velma. Do you like solving mysteries?
Yeah, but I'm actually much more three-dimensional than that. Who is this?
That's the mystery. And solve it quick, because I'm
What the?
Okay, so they're trying to parody Scream, I guess.
No, I get that they're doing the Scream parody. The thing I take exception to is I like solving mysteries and everything, but I'm more three-dimensional.
Okay,
Fuck
yeah,
you.
clearly these people don't. Yeah, clearly these people don't know shit about anything of the Scooby-Doo lore.
Like they've always been more three-dimensional. Like literally since the '60s cartoon, they've been quote unquote more three-dimensional than that. And let's not even get into the awesomeness that was the '90s movies. The Scooby-Doo.
The early 2000 movie, I think.
Well,
both
yeah, but
2000s.
yeah, you know the four I'm talking about. Scooby-Doo, Zombie Island, Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Ghost, Scooby-Doo.
Oh, I thought you meant the live action ones.
No, those were awful for the most part.
I like the
Except
second one. I like the second one better, to be honest.
yeah, the second one is actually related to the actual like franchise, and therefore it's not as bad.
Mhm.
And honestly, between the live action ones, I meant as far as the live action ones go, I like the made for TV ones better. The one that had Robbie Arnell as Fred.
Robbie and Mel.
Yeah, but yeah, that one. I like those better. But never the frickin' less. The Scooby Doo and Zombie Island, Scooby Doo and the Witch's Ghost, Scooby Doo, Alien Invaders, Scooby Doo and the Cyber Chase. Those four basically are gold standard for how you do Scooby Doo in a modernized quote unquote context.
Yeah.
And they made the gang extremely three-dimensional, up to and including Fred and Daphne actually having the conversation about why they always get paired up in the split ups.
It's been so long since I've seen those movies. I really gotta watch them again.
Yes, you do. And if I could actually find them anywhere on streaming services, I would have watched them all already again. Witch's Ghost is actually my favorite. I know a lot of people love Zombie Island the most, but I love Witch's Ghost the most because it's actually like rooted in that colonial, like Halloweenish atmosphere.
Yeah, that's completely true. I think anyway, yeah, it feels like both are trying too hard and they're not trying at all.
Yeah, they're virtue signaling about this should be the case, but they're not actually. And this is the other thing. The famous phrase "the lady doth protest too much" comes to mind, because here's the thing: if you actually have to say I'm more three-dimensional than that,
You're probably not.
you're probably a basic bitch who's trying to be pretentious.
Okay, the weirdest thing is, the only thing I kind of like about this, what I've seen of this show so far, is the backgrounds.
Yeah, like the animation style isn't terrible. Although to be fair, I haven't really liked a Scooby Doo adaptation since Mystery Incorporated. I didn't hate Mystery Incorporated, but it changed a lot of the essence of Scooby Doo and kind of.
Okay, I think that's where you and I somewhat disagree, because that was kind of the Scooby Doo cartoon. Was one of like 2 Scooby Doo cartoons I grew up watching, which was first one was obviously a pup named Scooby Doo.
I remember Pup Named Scooby Doo. Pup Named Scooby Doo was cute.
Yeah, it was really cool.
fucking funny, actually.
And the second one obviously was Mystery Incorporated, because that came out around the time when I was like growing up.
Yeah, I grew up more on the reruns of the original '60s cartoons or the '90s movies.
Well, okay. That's also the thing with I'm not really like the thing with like the original and like even Pup Named Scooby Doo and stuff. Obviously it was very much like episodic.
Mm-hmm.
Where it was like case.
Mystery of the week.
Yeah, and I've always been more of a long form storyteller. Like I always like that more. So Mystery Incorporated, and it also like it's the thing I've always brought up is like I've always thought if you're gonna do an episodic show and then try to lean more into long form storytelling, you gotta find that right balance. And I also think Mystery Incorporated, and feel free to disagree with me if you want, but I think they found that right balance.
I think they tried, but I think they leaned more into the long form storytelling than they should have. I also don't object to the idea of a long form storytelling thing with Scooby Doo. Like, for example, there was a famous cartoon in the, I want to say 70s, but it might have been the 80s, called The 13 Ghosts of Scooby Doo, where it was literally it was almost like a Jackie Chan Adventures thing, where each episode involved Scooby tracking down a new ghost and locking it up.
Right. Well, okay.
I also feel like if they wanted to do a long form storytelling thing with Mystery Incorporated, they should have made the actual mysteries themselves more central to the to the story. Like it seemed kind of like it seemed almost like the cases were window dressing for the long form story rather than incorporating the mysteries
I
into the long form story.
mm, I think that depends on. I think that's only dependent on on the episode. To be fair,
Yeah, that's fine.
anyway, that's. I will say this: I do think, compared to this, Mystery Incorporated is a much more better take on a mature version of.
Yeah, I'd rather watch Mystery Incorporated again because at least Mystery Incorporated still had kind of a sense of humor about itself, whereas this one is beating you about the head with
Also, I like the. I also
social
like the
justice
art style.
deconstructionalism.
I like the art style of Mystery Incorporated as well.
Again, my gold standard for Scooby-Doo adaptations is the '90s movies, so
Well, no, I
I'm
like it because
biased.
it had that it looked like the characters looked like came from. It had a timelessness to it, like how everything was portrayed.
I think in terms of the like modern Scooby-Doo adaptation, the last one I liked was What's New Scooby-Doo,
I mean,
and
yeah, that
then
was
some of
good.
the
I think again, it's just like I mean, it's personal bias, like with the monsters thing. Like it was
Mhm.
kind of like one of the first ones I really remember watching and getting invested in and stuff. So
Yeah. Again, I benefited from growing up at a time where the
plus, I
era
also
was
okay. Here's
changing,
the thing:
so there were a bunch of reruns on all the
it
time
was
of different.
also it was respectful to the fans, Mystery Incorporated.
Yeah, again, I think they tried, and that's certainly better than I can say for this, where this show feels like the very definition of we view art as a means to an end, so we're going to fill it full of our meta bullshit.
Right. Anyway, shall we?
Jinkies.
Jinkies.
In your house.
A serial killer calling from inside my house? Yes, that's a classic. And that's my point. Why change anything when the classics all still work, right? Wait, you're inside my house!
Okay. Again, straw man.
I'm. Fuck's sake! That is. I'm sorry. That is the worst. Okay, two things on a technical level. That is some of the worst writing I have ever heard, and also the voice acting is not fucking.
Yeah, and I know they're trying to be ironic, but that's exactly the problem.
Right. Also, I'm sorry. Velma is not that dumb. Like you
No.
dumbed down a very intelligent character.
Like
Even in parodies, she is like Robot Chicken parodies I've seen. She is considered. She is treated with more respect.
well, because honestly, let's be entirely real with ourselves. Velma has always been the one that does the actual work with regards to the mysteries. Like Fred is always off in his leader machismo / trap mode. Scooby and Shaggy are the
she
lovable
does the actual
screw-ups.
detective work, right? Like that's what
Yeah.
you mean.
Yeah, like she's the one that actually is the mystery solving part of Mystery Incorporated.
Yeah, that's true.
Like Fred is nominally the leader, but most of the time he's too busy being the stereotypical Chad and or obsessing over traps to really do much of that. Daphne, she's called danger prone Daphne for a reason. I love Daphne, but man, is she is a she is just a mistake magnet. And Scooby and Shaggy are Scooby and Shaggy, and therefore I don't need to explain any further.
The stoners.
Well, a stoner and a inexplicably talking dog.
Yeah. Also, Scooby is not in this. Apparently.
What
Yeah.
the fuck you say to me?
I don't know. I think we'll get into it when we get into the next article.
So wait, they're doing a Scooby-Doo adjacent thing in which Scooby-Doo does not feature. Yep, I'm getting the book from I'm getting Sarah's journal from Witch's Ghost. The world does not deserve to live anymore.
No,
Bless you.
I believe that's Dragon Turtle. I believe the term is post-ironic. No, it's fucking dumb, is what it's called.
No, but the academically sanctioned official term, yes, is being post-ironic.
Okay, well,
Because irony at least usually involves some kind of sincerity. This kind of irony exists for no other reason than to mock and to tear shit down.
it's still fucking stupid. It's not.
Yeah, huh?
Anyway, there's like, okay, it's 1:08, so 22 seconds left. So.
All right. So Jinkies.
I could have sworn there was more.
There might be a sting afterwards.
No, I'm looking. No,
That's just a waste of
right.
that's just a waste of time, man.
Like, okay, yes, Scooby DP free Scooby. Oh, yes, Scooby Doo free Scooby Doo. That said Corona.
Okay, but even that, if you basically wanted this to be the origin story of Scoob, which they've done before, they did it in Scooby Doo Takes Hollywood before, and they also kind of did it in Pup Named Scooby Doo, and they've done the how did Shaggy and Scooby meet and how did mystery, like that was the whole point of Scooby Doo: The Mystery Begins, which honestly is probably my favorite backstory for them, to be honest. But that's
Okay, so we'll move on to that. Yeah, it doesn't look good. Not really.
No, it's exactly what I was worried Mystery Incorporated would turn into. And that's another part of the reason why I don't like Mystery Incorporated as much. Because while I think they did interesting things by changing up the formula, the fact that the formula was able to be maintained since the 60s and only Mystery Incorporated and now this one are really interested in like overtly shaking up the formula. I was kind of worried that Mystery Incorporated would kind of be the beginning of the end. And while again, Mystery Incorporated was pretty good, all things considered, it did portend the beginning of the end. It's kind of like, wow, I really love the first story of Doctor Strange where he fucks something up and loses his powers in Strange Tales Volume 2. It has now become the default, and in becoming the default has become worse and worse and worse each rendition.
Right. Okay. I still disagree about Mystery Incorporated. I still like it personally. That's neither here nor there. Yeah, it seems so weird. Like it seems like it's combining the meme of how do you do, fellow kids, with also fuck them kids.
Yeah, it's deconstructionalist gobbledygook, because again, this is what happens when you go from viewing art as a end in itself and go from that to viewing art as a means to an end.
Right. Also, I am aware that it is a R-rated version. It's an R-rated show.
What?
It's an adult. See, I would be okay with it if it was. Okay, here's the thing.
You could basically do for Scooby Doo what Riverdale did for Archie. You could.
Actually, not actually funny. I was gonna bring that up myself, but you gave me a perfect in. Mm-hmm. Someone actually did a show, a pilot, for their own take on Scooby Doo and style Riverdale and things like that. Also, possibly Supernatural.
Yeah, and that wouldn't be a terrible choice, because even if you wanted to play with the teen drama style, almost Breakfast Club-esque click, which they kind of did in Scooby-Doo: The Mystery Begins.
Right.
a little bit.
What?
But if you wanted to do that, you could do that because you've got Fred is the Chad jock, Daphne is the cheerleader, Velma is the nerd, Shaggy is the slacker / stoner, and of course Scooby is the lovable dog because lovable dogs are lovable,
But
as
like,
they say.
okay, so I am kind of. Oh, hold on. Giant Turtle. I think that's the cost of making anything good the past few decades. Everyone will make soulless copies.
Well, I'm wondering if it's even an attempt to be a soulless copy because soulless copies usually involve taking things that worked in the original and changing them. I think what it is it's just an attempt to do the same premise over and over. In the
I
same
mean,
way that Watchmen and V for Vendetta were amazing. But now that Watchmen or V for Vendetta style deconstruction has become the norm, it's just opened the floodgates for all of the disingenuous pseudo-intellectual fuckwads to go, yes, let's subvert all the things. Derp.
right. And again, I guess I'm kind of shilling because I think it was really cool. On YouTube, there is a channel called Mystery Incorporated, where someone had made basically well, it was supposed to be a web series, I think, but they basically did a pilot of a version of Scooby Doo that has elements of Riverdale in it, and also, I mean, it is going a little more supernatural, to be fair.
And that's been a thing for a long while, actually having the gang up against supernatural stuff. Although to be fair, for all of the, the guy in the mask is always a fake vibe of the original Scooby-Doo, there were actual overt supernatural elements in the original Scooby-Doo as well. For example, they just usually were in the background to some degree.
Mhm.
Like, for example, in the episode with the Phantom Diver Captain Cutler, his wife was a witch, and she kept bottles of different ingredients, and one of them was canned hyena laughs. And whenever Scooby or one of the gang would open up the lid to make sure that that actually was a thing, the laugh would actually still be in the can. Or in the Bog Witch and Zombie episode, the gang runs into voodoo dolls of themselves, and they actually work.
Anyway,
And of course, there was the robot that was there was the actual robot that was built by the amusement park attraction. Anyway, there are other examples. My point being is Scooby-Doo was never overtly like devoid of supernatural stuff, no matter how much the guy in the mask usually ended up being fake.
right. Okay, it's right. Let's see. It's from thegww.com. I don't know what the fuck. HBO Max Scooby Doo characters Velma descriptions. It's published August 16th, 2021. It's written by A.J. Pennington.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Although I will argue this, and again, feel free to disagree with me, Don. I think
Mhm.
Mystery Incorporated was an example of kind of maturing. Also, like the '90s animated movies as well, of kind of maturing the Scooby Doo franchise a bit.
Yeah, but they were still recognizable as the same characters.
Right. I'm not saying that. Obviously, I'm not saying like that's.
No, but I was just pointing out the difference between something like the Scooby-Doo movies from the 90s or Mystery Incorporated and this version, where
Yeah.
they're not even under, like, even the made-for-TV Scooby-Doo movies from the 2010s, had the niggling little detail that Robbie Amell, of course, doesn't have blonde hair, and he actually made a joke about that in the interview. Like they interviewed him for it, and he was like, "I'm sure people's first question is going to be why aren't you blonde?" And to be fair, had he not said that, it probably would have been. But because Robbie Amell is
Amel.
very very good at playing the ditzy but well-meaning jock character that Fred has always been, it didn't bother anyone. So even good versions of Scooby-Doo have moments where they play with the lore a little bit here and there. And of course, the overall canonicity is a little bit weird. Like, there's even a question in the Scooby-Doo fandom whether or not the green shirt era Shaggy and the red shirt era Shaggy are canon to each other. Like, are they the same? Are they the same character, or is this some kind of alternate universe or alternate timeline thing?
Oh, don't forget Shaggy and Scooby-Doo. Remember that? If anyone remembers that cartoon.
Yes, I remember Shaggy and Scooby-Doo get a clue. Which I, for as much as that show was absolutely batshit, and it was, I didn't hate it.
I don't think I really got to see it much.
It kind of reminded me again of it is for Shaggy and Scooby-Doo what Jackie Chan Adventures is to like the Jackie Chan
To be fair, like the
character.
The 2000s was where like action cartoons really boomed.
Yeah, I remember when they even tried to do a action cartoon comedy superhero team with the Looney Tunes. Remember Lunatics Unleashed?
Oh, dude, I had that on DVD actually.
I hope they still make it because I actually want to own.
I bought it off Amazon like a decade ago.
Well, if you bought it off Amazon, then it's probably still on Amazon because Amazon doesn't really like get rid of anything. But yeah, I'm gonna buy that.
That was a really
although speaking of cartoons from our childhood that need a DVD release, for some reason now you can only get the first 2 seasons of Ed, Edd n Eddy on DVD, and it pisses me off.
You know, actually, I'm sorry. Like this is another thing on YouTube. Again, there are like some live action fan films of Ed and Eddy. They're not as crazy or wacky, but the guys who play them actually do a pretty good job. To be fair, like playing the characters, like the titular Ed and Eddy.
That doesn't surprise me. How does Double D make out? Double D is my spirit animal.
I will say he doesn't look entirely like Double D, but personality-wise, not bad.
How did they do his hat?
I'll be honest, it's been a few years since I've seen those fan films. Like, they came out kind of 5 or so years ago. I will have to...
Because maybe I'm in the minority here, but most of the time when I see live-action portrayals of Double D, they always make his hat like a beanie. And I always... And this might be just...
Oh, no, yeah, it was a skull cap, not really a beanie.
Okay. But, like... For some reason, they always make it like a ski cap beanie or something when they do live action versions, and I might be weird, but I always assumed that his hat was either leather or vinyl because the design and texture of it resembled in my head like black rubber that you get from tires or it was animated in basically the same way as you get as you got records in the show. Like it looked texturally the same. So I always assumed it was either rubber or vinyl.
Yeah.
And I guess I'm entirely alone in that because most of the time when people show it, it's like a beanie.
I want to get through this one just so we can get to the actually fun one.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, back in February, HBO Max announced that Mindy Kaling is going to star in a Scooby-Doo prequel animated series. Okay, so it's a prequel then.
I'm pretty sure it's Kaling, but I might be wrong.
It actually might be Kayleen. Yeah, it doesn't have an H, so my bad. I messed up that. My bad.
Yeah.
Mindy Kaling.
Yeah.
Why's the name sound familiar?
Because she's been on other things. That's why I was pretty sure.
Right. Okay, so yeah, it's a prequel animated series, which explains why Scoob isn't in here, I guess.
Yeah, but I'm a little bit worried about what they're gonna do to Scoob when they do introduce him.
An original and humorous spin that unmasked the complex and colorful past of one of America's most beloved mystery solvers.
That's already been done several times over, and all of them were better than you. Like they did
Yeah.
it in the '90s version. They did it in Pup Named Scooby Doo. They did it in
Mystery Incorporated.
Scooby Doo: The Mystery Begins.
Mhm. What was the sequel to that one? I can't remember it.
Scooby Doo and the Lake Monster. That
Huh.
was the one where Velma was possessed by the witch.
Right. Well, no, I remember that. I couldn't remember the name because I thought it had witch in it.
No, it was Scooby Doo and the Lake Monster because the witch zapped a frog and turned it into a frog monster familiar.
Okay. Yeah. Also, actually, now I got nothing else. So, no.
Yep.
All right. In June, Warner Media's Tom Asham, is it Ashim? I think I don't know names.
I think you had it right the first time, Tom Asham.
The president of Warner Brothers Global Kids, Young Adults, and Classics gave a keynote address about the series, detailing Velma to be a reimagining of what Scooby-Doo would be like if Velma were of East Asian descent and lived in a different world.
Why would that change her character? Why would changing her race change her character? Because here's the thing, guys. Demographics are the least important part of a character. Literally. They could not conceive, unless you actually have an idea of how a character being of a different background would change a character, then it's utterly and entirely unimportant. Like you could make an argument for when a character is like bisexual or gay or whatever, because that actually does change their lifestyle to some degree. But if it doesn't directly change the lifestyle, and those cumulative like changes to the lifestyle don't change the character meaningfully, you've utterly fucked everything up.
Right. I'm sorry. Okay, hold on. Ashton continued to say there's no dog there's no van, but we have our four key characters through a different lens. And I think it's great. So allowing our creators to play with our IP is super powerful. Oh my god.
Not if it's not worth a damn. Because here's the thing. You can be as creative as you like, but if the thing you're creating is of less value objectively, or at least intersubjectively, than the thing you're starting with, then you have failed. The only way you can get away with adding to a mythos like that is if you actually improve on something, or at least create an equivalent exchange, i.e., if you want to change the characters, that's fine, but the characters need to be equally interesting on some level to whatever the original was. I'm gonna use an example of characters that me and Brainstormer have worked our asses off at. I'm gonna not say too many specifics, but short version is our universe's version of Superman in the Lionhearted universe, or I guess Hyperion rather, because he's technically a riff off of the Squadron Supreme. But our universe's version of Hyperion is a gray alien, and also an Inuit. And that combination of things, along with quite a few other ones, but again, trying not to give people enough to make it worth stealing. But our version of Superman is a gray alien who was found and raised by the Inuits of Canada. See, that is at the very least going to raise some questions that are like, you could probably tell a really interesting story with that. Because while it's certainly not going to make as big of an impression as Superman, because I'm not that much of an egotist, given also that every comic book company has their own version of Superman, I think it at least deserves to be on the same level as something like Omni-Man or Homelander. Quite frankly, it's better in every conceivable dimension than Homelander, but that's not a high bar to do.
Right. Darren Troll said something interesting here. I'm also wondering if they'll do something like trying to transition away from Scooby or make him a cat. That's stupid. Like, I mean, if they do that, I'm not calling you stupid, Dragon Turtle. Obviously, I'm just
No, but like, okay, a version of the Mystery Gang that had a cat instead of a dog might actually work, but that's about as far as you can squeeze that premise, and it would have to be done in something like a parody.
you know.
You could get away with that in something like Robot Chicken, maybe, but that's about it.
You know, something that kind of interests me is like, how come no one's ever done like a next generation story with the Scooby-Doo franchise?
With Fred and Daphne's kids and Shaggy and Velma's kids.
Yeah, because as much as I found it okay with what they did in Mystery Incorporated with those two's relationship, I don't think just generally, like overall, those two would really get together.
Velma and Shaggy.
Yeah,
they've been shipped for quite a while, actually.
I'm aware, but I've always kind of considered them like, I just kind of think they're just really good friends, you know?
Yeah, I didn't need them to be romantically involved. Like, even when they tried to do it in Curse of the Lake Monster, I was a little bit like, well, that makes sense, I guess, but I don't need Velma to wind up with anyone, to be honest. Velma has always struck me as the kind of person who's too busy being an intellectual to worry too much about romance. Although I will say, had it not been for the twist ending of Scooby-Doo and the Witch's Ghost, I did like her and Ben Ravencroft. But obviously, Ben Ravencroft is evil because, movie. So obviously he's out. But so
that's a weird thing is like she kind of has a similar taste to what you do. With like,
I mean, kind of.
Okay, yeah, kind of. I mean, to be fair, when they did that crossover with Johnny Bravo, she was all over him.
Although, to be fair, I think Daphne was as well, and Fred was annoyed at Johnny for stealing the thunder.
Also, remember the Scooby Natural episode? Supernatural Scooby-Doo crossover?
Yes. That episode could have been so much better. But yeah, her fangirling over Sam was adorable.
Well, I thought it was Dean.
To
be fair, I barely watched it, to be honest.
No, Velma wanted Sam. And to be fair, I think they could have made a pretty decent couple because he actually got a full ride scholarship to fucking Yale. So, and of course, Sam is always the one that does all the lore research, whereas Dean is just the muscle. So,
well, okay. To be fair, I'm not going into an argument there. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, I mean, it's been established since the show came out that Sam is the smart one.
Well, no, Dean's also smart. I think they forgot about that as the series went.
Well, yeah, Dean is more street smart, I guess. It's just that they
in the early season. No, we're not. Okay, discussion for later, like private time or whatever. Just
yeah.
Moving on. when news broke of what Velma would be, controversy spiraled onto social media, as there was a side of many closed-minded people complaining about changing Velma's race.
It's not about her race. It's about your use of her race as a virtue signaling
Yeah, honestly,
bargaining chip in your ideology.
here's one that you and I both know, and I think anyone who's ever seen Castlevania, of changing a race of a character, we have no real problem with, which is Isaac. Because I think you said that they changed it more to look like the voice actor, right?
Yeah, he was Ginger in the games.
You know, they put him in. They put Castlevania Isaac, like the show Castlevania Isaac, in like the number of redheaded characters that are changed to black.
Yep, as
Even-
well they should, because technically that's true, but nobody cares because Isaac is fucking awesome.
Yeah, no, he's really good. He's actually like I'd argue like one of the better characters in that show.
They also gender and race swapped Grant Dynasty and changed him to Greta Dynasty and gave Alucard a love interest.
Yeah.
So
my point being is that if it's done well, no one really cares. Like again, Jet. What's his name again? Fuck. Guy who played Gordon in the new Batman movie. I forget his fucking name. Great actor. I can't ever remember his fucking name.
Fuck. Why can I not remember?
Hold on, I'm looking it up. Just it's gonna bug me.
But honestly, back on point, it's
Right.
more about is the character a character or is the character an ideological mouthpiece?
A caricature, not a character.
Yeah. Are they an avatar of the ideology and or an avatar of the racial or a avatar of the demographic identity? Perfect fucking example. Compare She-Hulk with all of its middle-aged, bitter, cynical feminist cringe and Elsa Bloodstone from Werewolf by Night. That's the difference.
Right. Oh,
One of these characters is an ideological mouthpiece, She-Hulk, which she was not originally, by the way. And one of these characters is a badass, self-actualized, likable female character with a personality who actually develops well-rounded relationships with people, up to and including the show's protagonist.
right. And some could argue that she was the protagonist in that specific story.
I mean, I think they shared the relationship between Jack and
not protagonist and then deuteragonist, yeah, like secondary protagonist.
Yeah. But the relationship between Jack and Ilsa was very similar in my mind to the relationship between Brendan Fraser's character in the Mummy movies and his one day would become love interest.
Rick O'Connell and Evie something.
Yeah.
Right.
But yeah, the relationship between Rick and Evie, or the relationship between Anna and Van Helsing, or I guess Gabriel in Van Helsing.
Right.
That was the relationship between Jack Russell and Elsa Bloodstone in Werewolf by Night.
Mhm.
And it was amazing because she wasn't a feminist character, she just happened to be a female character. Another great example.
Okay,
Number 5 from Codename Kids Next Door. Never once did race issues or historical oppression come up in the world of Codename Kids Next Door or as an aspect of Number 5's character. Her character was a badass tomboy who was a lore nut, especially when it came to the magic of candy, because apparently candy is magic in the Codename Kids Next Door universe. I'm fine with this.
also want to point out the one thing that could be technically controversial is her dad was Mr.
Bill Cosby standard.
Yeah.
With,
that did not age well.
with the speechifying and the confusedness and the sweaters and the I was literally doing the bit. It didn't work.
Hi, welcome back, Dragon Troll. Apparently his Wi-Fi died, so he's back now. Okay, so Jeffrey Wright was the guy who played Gordon in the new.
There we go.
Yeah,
that's the name.
I knew it started with a Jeff or something, but I didn't want to like say that.
You didn't want to stumble. You didn't want to bumblefuck your way into getting it wrong.
Yeah. So. Oh, okay. So he's okay. Giant Troll said he's going to watch later because Wi-Fi.
All right.
Working.
You also do know you have a backlog of a bunch of these you haven't seen yet, right?
I think he has, honestly. Anyway. Yeah. Again, like what we just said with the trailer or the teaser, I will grant this, it was actually a teaser.
Yeah.
A stupid fucking teaser, but a teaser nonetheless.
Yeah, it's not a teaser of a show that I ever want to watch, and it's a show that I honestly want to kind of kill with fire, but that's neither here nor there. But here's the other thing. If you had changed Velma's race and not made it an issue and not made her a ideological or identitarian mouthpiece, no one would have cared. Because I've run into people who are convinced for some reason that Velma is Asian. And while I find that sort of amusing because she's not in most cases Asian, it's not like I would it's not like I would care if she were, as long as she was still Velma. And they never drew attention to it.
I could see that from the designs from Mystery Incorporated.
Yeah.
They didn't have irises. Not irises, but eyes, technically.
Uh-huh.
They had just dots.
Yeah.
They were actually
funnily enough, didn't they have Velma have a sister in Mystery Incorporated who was also voiced by an actress who voiced Velma at one point?
No, that was like one of the newer movies.
Because I could have sworn there was a version of Velma that had a sister who was also voiced by an actress who voiced Velma previously.
You're right, but I don't think it was in Mystery Incorporated. I think it was in one of like the 2010 movies.
It's possible, although it might have been both, because I could have sworn it was in Mystery Incorporated.
No, she's an only child in Mystery Incorporated. I'm fairly certain of
that. Something to Google later, but nevertheless,
yeah.
Apparently, yeah. There's been a version of this where I want to say the voice actress from What's New Scooby Doo came back and did the voice of Velma's sister.
Anyway, yeah, again, the thing that we're really complaining about is more so the dumbing down of Velma, because she does not seem that intelligent in the teaser.
Well, that and the "I'm a mouthpiece for the writers" bullshit.
Yeah, no, the huge mischaracterization of the character. That is the issue that we're.
And of course, the strawmanning the shit out of the fan base thing.
Anyway, moving on.
Yep.
Although personally, in my opinion, the writer of this, so I assume Mr. I could be wrong. Pennington is the last name.
Mm-hmm.
Although personally, in my opinion, changing a Scooby Gang character's race should not be an issue, as that also has happened in the past before, and simply a character being white is not important to their character.
I agree with that, but here's the thing about race not being important in stories. If you want race to not be important, then you actually have to make race not important. And the reason I phrase it that way is very often in these sorts of reboots, you have the situation where when criticized on the race swapping, they respond with, "Well, race isn't important, so why do you care?" But then they actually make the race in some way informative to the character, i.e., they make a ideological construct of the character to where they exhibit more racial aspects, or they tell an oppressor-oppressed story with a minority character, because that's apparently the only kind of story they know how to tell and or have any interest in telling. And then it becomes race is important, but it's important along the lines that we want it to be. And that's not the case. If you truly want race to not be an issue, then present your characters and have their race matter not at all to them. Again, going back to shows like Codename Kids Next Door, there was a racial or sexual representative of just about every conceivable demographic at the time in Codename Kids Next Door. You had number 5, who was a black girl. You had number 4, who was Australian. You had number 3, she was Asian. You had number 1, he was British. And
number 2 was, I guess, kind of, was he supposed to be Irish, like part Irish or something?
I think they were supposed to. I think his family was supposed to be Jewish.
Right? Yeah. No, he was. God, it's been so long since I've seen that show, and I feel also the leader, like the leader of the whole Kids Next Door, was, and I really hate saying this, but it's just like it's a thing to point out, was a lady, you know.
Yeah. Number 86, I think.
No, that was
86 was the Scottish one.
Second.
362 was the leader.
Yeah.
And before that it was 274.
Mm.
But of course he went all teenage double agent-y.
Yep. Anyway.
Also, he was literally named Chad, and for all intents and purposes was a Chad. That's funny to me, but that's here and there.
Really good show. It really sucks that they never got the sequel.
90s shows were better because they allowed their worlds and characters to be 3 goddamn dimensional.
Again, it sucks that the sequel for Kids Next Door never got made.
Yeah, the intergalactic Kids Next Door. The animatic for that got released on April 1st was amazing.
Dude, that was so. Anyway, God, we are getting so far off topic.
Yeah.
However, the other side of the controversy was the idea of making a Scooby-Doo prequel without Scooby-Doo. This is understandable. I love the Scooby-Doo, but without Scooby-Doo, it's simply just gang, which is kind of boring personally to me.
And that is of course fair, and I agree with him on that. It's like you make a Scooby-Doo property, but you provide Scooby-Doo. This I find amusing, but also infuriating.
Granted, I'm willing to give any new fresh Scooby-related media a chance. I love these characters, and they'll always be iconic to animation history. Okay, I could also understand that, and I would be willing to do that, but it's just like the actual thing I've seen of it has deterred me.
They're not recognizable as the gang anymore. So, because that's the thing. For all of the changes that have occurred throughout the entirety of the Scooby-Doo bit, and I mean, for fuck's sake, the original Scooby-Doo came out in the 60s and was caked in 60s-ness. And in fact, you could make the argument that Scooby-Doo was so iconic of like 60s-ness that most people who grew up in my generation or Brainstormers generation only know about the 60s kind of through the prism of Scooby-Doo. Like, what character other than Fred wears ascots? What van other than the Mystery Machine has, flower power patterns on it still in,
Actually,
2010?
That makes me curious about something. If it was set in the 60s, right?
Yeah.
How old are the gang then, technically, in the time that they actually appeared? Because I realize they're, meddling kids, is all often said, so they're young.
They're teenagers.
Okay. So they technically would have been born, what, like, Early?
They would have literally been baby boomers. They would have been born in the late 40s to 50s.
Okay. Huh.
Because they're like, what? Fred at least is 17 because he's the one that's driving. But yeah, they're teenagers.
Huh. I've never thought about that before until just now.
Yeah.
Wow.
Teenagers with a dog undermine dozens upon dozens of full-grown adults who are fucking morons.
Well, also, most of them are like actually really smart, to be fair, like doctors and shit.
Yeah, you've got like
Accountants,
business tycoons, museum curators, like farm owners. It's a whole. There's the gang has taken down a lot of different people from a lot of different walks
that
of
also
life.
that also does lead credence to the whole. Well, you remember? I'm sure everyone here knows about the fan theory that the world of Scooby Doo is going through like an economic depression.
I hadn't heard of that. I'm not surprised it exists though.
Well, okay, it's just like all the places they go to are either like super abandoned places or places that have run down, and the people they put away are like supposed to be like these people in like kind of accountants, doctors, business tycoons, stuff like that.
To use the modern social lingo, they're all very bourgeois people.
Yeah. I'm surprised you haven't heard of that one because it's
the reason why I think I've never heard of that one is because it didn't ever bother me because for as long as there's been excess infrastructure, there have been abandoned buildings, especially in countrysides and or cities, which is usually where the gang are, is either countrysides or cities. And go ahead.
Sorry, it's Chrononaut said, like, I guess given an example of possibility of another incarnation of Scooby-Doo being set in the future.
And again, this would be where our idea of have a Scooby-Doo the Next Generation thing, where like one of the kids of the gang and one of Scooby's puppies end up being the new gang.
Yeah. Anyway, God, we keep getting sidetracked.
Yeah. Next.
Recently, sources at the GWW discovered new character descriptions for the upcoming series, and while they're interesting and quite original, one would say, I'm not a fan of them personally. I'll explain my opinions after. Something odd is that I'm not able to get the character description for Velma, nor for a new character named Krisha, so won't be detailing them. Okay.
Okay, that's fair enough.
Yeah. Norville Shaggy Rogers, male, 16-18, series regular.
Obviously.
Mm-hmm. I still can't believe his name is Norville.
You didn't know his name was Norville?
No, I knew it was. Like, it's just like where the nickname Shaggy came from is always just
because he has a beatnik haircut. He has very shaggy hair. And I'm sure he would rather be called Shaggy than Norville. That's always been the joke for as long as I can remember, is Shaggy really hates the name Norville, so he goes by Shaggy because
I'm sorry, like it's just like it's Sorry, I can't believe I never put the
for someone like Shaggy, I can understand that, but honestly, the name Norville is kind of badass.
Yeah.
So if it were someone more like me, I would just own it. But
all right. Anyway, before Shaggy was America's favorite self-medicating squeaky voice teenager with an undiagnosed eating disorder.
Fuck you! The man just likes to eat. He doesn't. I mean, I'm sure that's tongue in cheek, and they don't actually think that. But still, like,
Well, okay.
someone is gonna read that and take it to heart, and then we're gonna get a story about Shaggy being a bulimic.
You know what? No, I'm not even going to entertain it. I mean, it sounds interesting, but it just doesn't really seem like, just based on the property itself, it doesn't really seem like a story that would work.
Can characters just not like to eat? Is that not a thing anymore?
I think the thing that's weird to me is because I've tried the tower sandwiches before. Like I've tried to make one when I was younger. After seeing that, it is hard to eat. I think that's the thing, and I realize it's a cartoon, thus they can exaggerate their bodies and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But it is hard to take a bite out of a tower sandwich.
I think that's part of the joke. Part of the joke is they're eating something that's hard to eat so easily. That's an extension of how much they love food.
That was not a pleasant day for me. I didn't even actually get to finish that sandwich.
Uh-huh.
No, I was just like I got a stomach ache when I tried to eat. I ate a,
well, what did you put in it? I'm curious because the whole point of the tower sandwich is they're supposed to be basically everything in the kitchen sink in the fucking thing.
Okay. Well, I don't really like a lot of things, and this was again when I was single digits young, so it's been a while. So I don't remember it quite well.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't it's not as big as it was in the cartoon. Obviously, I think I had
because you could
6 pieces
stack
of
it
bread.
quite as well. Yeah,
I think I put 6 pieces of bread. So, God, what was it? Was this the time I liked ham? I think it was some cheese. I think I put ketchup on it. I can't remember if I did.
One of my favorite Shaggy and Scooby eating scenes comes from Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island because they're in Louisiana, and so they make it a point to sample the hot Louisiana peppers. And that's such a food nerd thing for them to know. But on the same token, if anyone is gonna be a fucking Epicurean food nerd, it's gonna be Shaggy frickin' Rogers. So yeah.
I'm also I don't know why, but I feel like they would love being on Epic Meal Time.
I think if they let Shaggy and the gang have a sliding time scale, Shaggy would be such a hipster now.
Fuck you, do not.
No, let me explain. Because of all the weird food combinations that hipsters fucking
fuck.
Like the maple bacon everything,
actually maple bacon isn't bad. I've actually had that.
No, and I'm not saying it is, but the way that hipsters constantly throw weird food combinations together because it's artsy. Shaggy would enjoy that.
Okay, that part I will agree with. Just hipsters.
Yeah, no, fuck hipsters. Thing is, the walk from Shaggy the '60s beatnik slacker / stoner to Shaggy the hipster wouldn't be all that far.
Depends on the degree of hipster, obviously. So
yeah, and I mean,
okay. So I'm sorry.
There's a spectrum there, but what I'm saying is Shaggy would probably get into all of the pseudo-ironic, eccentric culture stuff of hipsters.
Anyway. Okay, he was Norval Rogers, the excitable, black, handsome, and mildly spectrum editor-in-chief of Poortown High's student newspaper, The Ranting Town. I'm sorry, you changed the town from Coolsville or Crystal Cove because I grew up with Mystery Incorporated, so Crystal Cove.
Yeah, that was one of the issues I had with Mystery Incorporated. Scooby-Doo is always fucking set in Coolsville. Don't at me.
Okay, that's fine. Coolsville, Crystal Cove, whatever. Something along those lines, right?
Something that at least seems something that would at least seem like old world or eccentric or a small town name. Because while I don't like changing the name to Crystal Cove, it at least felt like a place where Scooby and the gang could have grown up in.
I'm sorry. It's just like Poor Town. Who the fuck names? Okay, to be fair, I am aware that there are a lot of weird names for towns out there.
But at the same time, could this be any more on the nose if they tried? And
No
here's
self-respecting. At
Yeah.
the very least, the weird names are weird to be unique, to be
yeah,
different.
eccentric. They have flavor to them. Like
But-
it's supposed to be the kind of small town that eccentric characters come from.
But
Speaking as someone who literally grew up in a small town and is an eccentric motherfucker. Hi.
seriously, fucking Poor Town. It's just like, what the fuck was it? Like someone tried to break gold there, but they couldn't, so they just started a fucking town because.
Or is it like an old mining town where all the like poor miners would go because and they were all poor because they were like they sold their soul to the company store, as the old saying goes? Or was it like a town of runaway slaves or some shit? And here's the other thing about Poor Town, apart from the fact that it's just a simply stupid fucking name, which it's a stupid fucking name. I worry now that they're gonna throw all kinds of economic bullshit in here, because what if it's called Poor Town because it's literally a like working poor or working class era, and they're gonna layer in a bunch of poor minorities, economically disenfranchised minorities, and this is the town they wind up in. This is their community. I know I shouldn't be worried about that, but because of the kind of writers we're working with, I could totally see them set a Scooby-Doo adaptation in Poor Town just to whine about economic disenfranchisement every 5 fucking minutes.
Also, I believe the actor who is voicing him, because it did say they changed him to black apparently.
Yes, he's black now.
Which again, I have no real issue with. Hold on. Okay. I'm googling real quick. Because I think it's the same guy from the Hocus Pocus 2 one.
The guy who voices Gilbert? Or the guy who is Gilbert?
The witch guy.
Yeah, Gilbert.
Okay, I'm trying to give me a second.
And I don't, in theory, have any problem with Shaggy being black either. I do, however, have a problem with the fact that they changed his hairstyle because it's not Shaggy anymore. Which, it's one of those you had one job moments. Shaggy must always have shaggy hair of some description or other. Like, this is fundamental to his character. Because it's the whole reason he's fucking called Shaggy instead of going by Norville. Which is still a badass name, but I understand why he doesn't use it.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm trying to find the fucking cast, but okay, hold on. Sam Richardson, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Good actor, by the way. And again, I have no issue if they change the characters to look a little more like the actors themselves. I'm fine with that as long as they make an interesting and engaging character.
They didn't though. They didn't make Shaggy look like.
It's like with Velma. Like what I'm reading here, it doesn't really make. It's not Shaggy. It's not.
It's also that this I have less of an issue with because I could see it work, but like they specifically said they made this version of Shaggy on the on the spectrum, and I have no problem with characters on the spectrum, but mind you, of all the characters that I would have had be on the spectrum, I would have gone with Velma because Velma has the kind of mindset that lends itself to being kind of on the spectrum.
Yeah, it's like that was also my go-to too. Like it would make sense.
But Shaggy is a weird, like slacker stoner. Like that doesn't. Now, mind you, I knew someone in college, and he. Okay, backstory time because this is fucking hilarious, and I'm gonna mention it because I know he would find it fucking hilarious too. I knew someone whose last name was literally Stoner. His name was Joe Stoner. And he had both Asperger's syndrome and ADD. He was also an engineering student and a musician. He's actually the guy who composed part of my he composed my title sequence for my channel. And then I took an excerpt from his song and tweaked it, and that's where I got my title sequence music. He's a really awesome guy. So I do know that autistic stoners are a thing because I know one, and he's a good friend of mine. But nevertheless, in terms of like personality and or like disposition, someone like Velma lends themselves to being on the spectrum more than Shaggy does.
Anyway, yeah, just again, like these, it's like it's so weird. Like it's a can't think of an example, which is weird because I know there are a good dozen of them.
It's also not a backstory that lends it like these aren't facets of a character that lends itself to a character. These are we have characters already, so let's tack on these various demographic things.
Right.
Because if you wanted to tell a story about one of the Mystery Inc. gang being autistic, you could have picked other characters who it would make more sense. You could even make the argument that that's why Daphne was accident prone if you wanted to make Daphne on the spectrum. But like Shaggy being on the spectrum doesn't follow with his character.
Right.
Unless you change his character, in which case you're changing the character to tell your story rather than basing your story on the character.
Honestly, I don't even think I can defend that. If I could play devil's advocate, I don't think I can.
Like, again, maybe this version of Shaggy will win me over. Who knows? I will probably give it a chance. But, like, it just seems so odd that of all the characters from Mystery Inc. you could have made autistic. Okay. There's one aspect of this. I will allow, which is people on the spectrum tend to bond very closely with animals. So if you want to make that the reason why Shaggy and Scooby are so close, I will squint and let you have that. But that's the only reason. That's the only way I'll be okay with you doing this, is if you actually address the thing, and instead of just we wanted to make him autistic because we just wanted to. If you're gonna play these stupid games, actually make it relevant to the character, please.
Okay. All right. So unfortunately, he was also completely oblivious to any and all social norms and cues. To be fair, that's like all teenagers.
Well, I mean that, and Shaggy is just kind of weird for weirdness' sake.
Yeah.
And also a stoner and a slacker. Like he is Shaggy is one of the most classic hippie characters possible. Um,
No, and I'm sorry. Like we just gotta keep fucking.
yeah,
We gotta keep going.
we gotta keep going. But yeah, no aspect of Shaggy's personality lends itself to being out of the spectrum.
Yeah, which is helpful when tracking down a story, but less good when it comes to being the closest thing Velma has to a friend. Okay, at least that they kind of got right, I guess.
But wait, if Shaggy is the closest thing Velma has to a friend, what the fuck does that say for Daphne and Fred? Because they're all supposed to be friends with each other. They're
Okay.
all supposed to have each other's back.
Yeah, I mean, it's a trope that I honestly have gotten so attached to somehow, but found family kind of like that's what what Mystery Incorporated is for each other, like the Scooby Gang.
Yeah. They're all in many ways a weird hodgepodge of, like, even though they're all very stereotypical in some ways, they all have eccentricities that blend really well together. This is something that Scooby-Doo: The Mystery Begins did really well, because while Fred is the stereotypical jock, he also doesn't really like hanging out with people on his team. He just feels kind of compelled to. While Daphne is the stereotypical fashionista or cheerleader, she also is a lot kinder and a lot smarter than your average cheerleader. While Velma is your stereotypical nerd, she also enjoys kind of showing herself off and enjoys like helping other people. While
Yeah,
Shaggy is, well, actually no. I Shaggy is the sort of POV normal character, because as I recall in Mystery Begins, the other three pulled out mystery novels, and Shaggy was the one that commented on it. He didn't have one of his own.
Right. Anyway,
So yeah.
Right.
Moving on.
However, when Norville discovers a dark secret in his family's past, Velma will be the only person who can help him make sense of his unraveling life, at least until he discovers weed and snacks.
Okay, and this is the other thing. I've heard from promotional art that Shaggy isn't even gonna go by Shaggy anymore. He's actually gonna call himself Norville, which is just bullshit.
Right. Also, yeah, I don't know. Like, again, it feels weird that it doesn't really. I don't want to be that guy, obviously, but the description just does not. I do not envision Shaggy, or it's just like if you want to make your own show, fine, but it's just weird they constantly.
But they don't want to make their own show, Brainstormer. They want to use existing properties as a means to an end, because that's all it is after all. They're
Again, yeah, okay. So Daphne Blake, female, 16 to 18, series regular. Forget everything you know about Daphne Blake. It should take 0 seconds, as there was nothing to know.
Fuck you. Daphne is rich.
Well, wait. You're gonna love this.
Oh, God.
She was attractive, but also she wore purple. That's it. Until now, our Daphne is diverse and a foundling raised by 2 female police officers. Yet, despite her loving home, Daphne still struggles with abandonment issues and an insatiable need to uncover her mysterious past. Okay, being raised by police officers, I'm actually somewhat intrigued by, even though that doesn't really make sense because Daphne's usually kind of, I believe, rich.
Yeah, she's a member of the Blake family dynasty. So, okay, guys, that just goes to show you that that just goes to show me that you know nothing about Daphne. Because an actual Scooby-Doo fan can sit here and rattle off 5 or 6 different things. Daphne is wealthy. She's posh. She knows a lot about makeup
I was
and
gonna
or
say
fashion.
I was gonna say she was like a valley girl, but that's honestly insulting to her because
Yeah, no, Daphne is pampered, but she's not fucking Sharpay Evans from High School Musical or some shit.
she's not vapid.
Yeah.
Also, the okay, so the version of Daphne that I most remember is the Sarah Michelle Gellar version from the movie from the live action movie.
Yeah, she was trying to get her own back after being labeled danger prone Daphne.
Yeah, she was
Which was amusing and also a good use of Sarah Michelle Gellar, but it didn't really feel like Daphne to me.
I mean, I liked how badass she was, to be honest.
But honestly, I always felt that Daphne was badass without needing to be like she almost had the stereotypical feminist protagonist problem where in order to be a badass, I actually have to kick people's asses. And that was never Daphne's thing.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, like she's pretty cool, you know. I will say she's like one of those characters that doesn't get as much spotlight as she probably could have in terms of the Scooby Gang.
Mm-hmm. She's probably the least developed of all of them, to be honest. But
which is what I will say this again, Mystery Incorporated. To my maybe it's again a bias thing with me. I think they handled her character pretty well.
But I mean, for fuck's sake, it's been 60 years. Even with just the minimal stuff that has remained consistent through Daphne through all those years, she's still an extremely well-rounded character. Like I know Daphne best from the 90s movies, as after the gang kind of split up, she became a television host. Daphne Blake Coast to Coast. She went and became a journalist, which fits her character actually. So again, it's not that she's dumb. It's that she is so prone to taking risks that she kind of gets in her own way, and she's a little bit like a less competent or maybe just less lucky Lois Lane. She
Right.
wants to investigate things and thereby gets herself into
trouble.
She gets herself in over her head.
Yeah. Again, like the Raised by Two Police Officers thing, honestly, I could see that more with Fred, to be completely honest.
Yeah, no, that works more for Fred. Because Fred is the tough jock guy.
Yeah. Right, and I believe the actress who was voicing her, because they had like a star-studded cast for this.
Oh God, why?
Why is that so bad?
Because that means that people with actual talent are wasting their time on this.
Constance Wu, which I believe she played the mother in Fresh Off the Boat, ABC thing. It was.
I know of Constance Wu, but that's not where I know her from. I don't even remember where I know her from.
Yeah, she's like I believe she is like a comedian actress.
Mm-hmm. Well, an Asian Canadian actress.
No, comedian. I said comedian.
Oh.
Crazy Rich Asians. That's.
Okay, that's where I know her from.
I think. Okay, I'm just gonna double check that so I'm not talking out my ass here. Which, again, would explain why they changed her to Asian, I guess. Even though
I guess, but there's nothing wrong with an actor of a different race playing a different race character.
No, I agree. Like, I'm not. It's just like. It's. I mean, it is weird that she still has ginger hair, even though like, she has more Asian features.
I mean, it's almost like they're mocking us at this point. The whole ginger side thing.
Right. Okay.
You race swap a ginger, and now you're not even admitting to doing it. God damn it.
It's weird. No, she's American actress, by the way, not Canadian. Yeah,
Okay.
Canadian actress. Yeah, Crazy Rich Asians. Dress Off the Boat. Yeah. Okay. I just wanted to double check that because I didn't want to fuck that up.
Mm-hmm.
On the plus side, she's been able to use, going back to the article, on the plus side, she's been able to use that ruthless drive to claw her way to the top of Poor Town High School's popular clique, the rich kids in Daphne as just a freshman. If she's,
Okay.
I'm sorry, hold on. If she's supposed to be like between 16 and 18, then she's not a freshman. Unless that's just her backstory, then.
Yeah, I'm thinking that's what. But okay.
So I was jumping there. Sorry.
Yeah, but like, okay, the second half of that is perfectly in line with Daphne, but I don't understand the whole her parents are police officers thing. Also, how is she still rich if she's raised by two police officers and is a foundling?
She could be.
Cops don't make that much, dude.
Oh yeah, no, they get fucking just.
Cops are working or lower middle class.
Right. I'm sorry. It's just like they brought up Poor Town thing. It's just so fucking.
It's jarring. It's jarring and stupid. Why the fuck?
Right.
Like I'm okay with another name. I always prefer Coolsville because it's been Coolsville for
decades.
70 freaking years. But nevertheless, if it was something that at least had a little bit of old school flair to it, I could live with it.
Right.
But fuck me, Poor Town is just why.
God, there's so like I have come up with better names than that, and I'm not that great with names.
I think you're better with names than you give yourself credit for.
True, but I have to do a lot of research. Like it just doesn't come to me, is what I meant.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Although to be fair, I do occasionally help by poking you in the research region somewhere.
Fair enough. Like anyway, though she'll have to get in touch with her softer side to finally understand her complicated feeling. Her feelings for Velma, and perhaps even more importantly, why she has red hair. You see, that last one feels like a real jab.
I'm also like, okay, I shouldn't be angry about this. I shouldn't be angry about them shipping Velma and Daphne. I shouldn't. But at the same time, like, Fred and Daphne are right up there with, like, Gomez and Morticia Addams as, like, iconic couples.
Yeah, I mean, if Daphne's bisexual, fine, whatever. Again, it's not really a big deal to me. And honestly, it kind of fits, to be honest. Like, you know.
I'm not taking too much of an issue with it, but it seems like a deliberate middle finger that they're not even addressing the like maybe Fred is Daphne's ex. I could live with that, but like
it's I don't know, man. It's weird. Like there are certain elements. Like I will say this, there are certain elements that are more related to Daphne.
Yeah, the being the rich popular girl doing her thing.
Yeah.
That's very Daphne Blake, but like the whole
that's pretty much it.
The cop thing and the now she likes Velma instead of Fred is just like it almost feels like you're deliberately trolling at this point.
Anyway, moving on to Fred. I am scared. Also,
what are they gonna do to Freddy?
The guy who plays Dennis from Always Sunny in Philadelphia, Glenn Howerton, is playing Fred. Which honestly,
he might be a decent voice actor. I'm not gonna judge it yet.
I mean, he's not a bad actor. I think the problem is
Yeah, but there's a different skill set between actors and voice actors. Is what I mean.
fair and actually no, that's pretty fair. I don't know if anyone I've seen the documentary talking about voice acting. It was on Netflix for a time.
Yeah, I would prefer they got voice actors instead of trying to force celebrity actors into a voice acting role.
Like what they did with Scoob.
Yeah.
Okay.
Though
And-
I didn't mind Zac Efron as Fred because that's kind of typecasting.
Right. Okay. Okay. Fred Jones, male, 16-18, series regular. Much like the original Fred, our Fred is a white guy who loves to take credit for everyone else's work.
Oh, fuck you.
No, what the? What the fuck? That is not.
They made Fred the bad guy. They made Fred the straw man. That's the only reason why he's still white, you know. So they can do
Okay.
the fucking they can basically turn him into Biff Tannen from Back to the Future and make him an oblivious like glory hog.
Okay, so again, the knowledge that comes to mind on Fred Jones is from Mystery Incorporated, obviously, and ironically,
Though I have an issue with how they portrayed him in Mystery Incorporated, and his portrayal was one of the most weird and out there reasons why I didn't really like Mystery Incorporated. Yeah, Fred has always liked the traps, but like they turned it
weird.
They turned it from a thing that he does to take initiative and because he actually has some intelligence to freaking obsessive compulsive disorder. Like Fred had a trap addiction in Mystery Incorporated. It was not helping.
Not that kind of trap, you degenerates.
Yeah, no. The phrasing is palpable, but nevertheless, yeah, he has obsessive compulsive disorder when it comes to manufacturing the better mousetrap.
Right. Although I will also argue this is he was hyper competent when it came to traps, which, I mean, you know.
Well, I mean, no, he was always good at it, and to be honest with you, the only reason why his traps didn't usually work was because Scooby and Shaggy do as Scooby and Shaggy do, but it usually ends up working out anyway. So yeah.
Anyway, shall we?
Yeah.
There's more here, so.
Oh God.
Okay. But our Fred is also a pretty boy gym rat riddled with daddy issues big enough to make Eric Trump say damn.
Okay, that part actually fits with Fred, though. Fred being a pretty boy gym, because he's always been Fred has always been kind of
the jock.
Oh, he's a jock, but he's the very definition of the nice guy jock. He's almost Captain America adjacent in some ways. And credit to them for keeping that kind of consistent within the Robbie Amell version.
Right.
Even if they didn't keep his hair color consistent. But again, they were kind of in on the joke with that, so it was fine. But
daddy issues, I mean, again,
they had that in Mystery Incorporated, didn't they?
Yeah, well,
he was always trying to prove himself to his dad. His dad didn't get him, and Fred just wanted to be Fred.
Yeah. Also,
it's not like it came out. It's not like it came out of nowhere because we don't really know much about Fred's backstory. But every time we do see Fred's family, they do kind of strike me as overbearing perfectionists.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
that's fine.
But
they're gonna over dramatize it like fuck to make it like like fucking Degrassi. I bet.
I was gonna say CW stuff, but yeah, Degrassi works too. Because subtlety isn't a thing. Because subtlety isn't a thing.
Yeah, and we can't let characters like organically find their own problems. We have to turn everything into commentary because derp reasons.
Right. Okay. So moving on.
Yeah, moving on.
Okay. And yet, Fred knows that no matter how douchey he acts, he'll never live up to his father's expectations. Because Fred has a dark secret, deep dark secret. He's 16 years old and hasn't gone through puberty yet.
What the actual fuck?
Worse, his secret is getting harder and harder to hide. What?
But, like, okay, even within your own parameters here, if he's a pretty boy gym rat, then that definitely means that his testosterone and everything are functioning normally because gym rat.
Right.
How the fuck would he be? How the fuck could he pass for a gym rat without going through puberty at some point?
Yeah. How? Like I mean, I realize that there are some medical conditions that.
Yeah, there are medical disorders that can forestall puberty or get in the way of puberty, or if he has a chromosomal issue, then puberty would be. But like, of all the things to just, that's a very specific and bizarre thing to try and pull out of your ass for Fred Jones.
Yeah, it's weird. Anyway, moving on.
Like I was expecting the cliche "he's on steroids" thing.
Either that,
That's what,
honestly, the way it was written, I honestly thought gay.
yeah, that was the other thing I was. What one thing I was thinking was they were gonna subvert the normal dynamics of the gang by having Freddy wind up with Shaggy and have Velma and Daphne wind up together.
Anyway, moving on.
Which honestly I wouldn't hate, but god damn it.
I mean, either way, it would be extremely contrived and maybe.
Yeah, it's weird, but to be fair, it doesn't have to be weird.
No, I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying, like, obviously within this.
Yeah, if they had not bothered by, if they hadn't virtue signaled about the demographics, and they just told the story and had it organically happen that Daphne and Velma gravitated toward one another, and because even in Scooby-Doo Mystery Begins, Fred struck me as the kind of overprotective jock who likes standing up for his quote unquote weaker friends, and there was always that kind of dynamic between him and Shag where where they're talking and Freddy of course is being all brotastic because that's just how he be, and Shaggy is trying to get in good with the boys, and of course he's failing horribly. And Fred's response is, "You don't watch a lot of sports, do you, Shag?" That was a very like sort of bromance sort of thing that happened. So I could see a bromance between Shaggy and Fred. It could work, but like now I'm just thinking, oh, you're gonna do the thing where Daphne and Velma wind up together and Fred and Shaggy wind up together because we can't have a fucking standard relationship. Anyway, moving on.
Yeah, it's almost 12. So,
Mhm.
Not just from his father, but from his girlfriend Daphne, who's getting a little bored with just over the clothes stuff. Fortunately, Fred is wrongly in prison for murders he didn't commit. He needs to help Poor Town High's least popular student, Velma, to prove his innocence. And while it's weird for Fred to see, let alone talk to, a girl like Velma, he quickly realizes her thoughts and emotions have value. What the fuck? Who the fuck wrote this?
Fuck all of the way off. Freddy was never okay. Barring the James Gunn version, because the James Gunn version definitely was an Abercrombie and Fitch dude throw. But barring the James Gunn version, which is honestly, sequel notwithstanding, the worst version of the gang to date, but barring the stupid vapid Abercrombie and Fitch Chad dude bro that was the James Gunn version. Fred has always been the nice guy jock. He's always been the guy who doesn't care about people's social status. Like that was a whole thing in Scooby-Doo the Mystery Begins, where both Daphne and Velma, and to a lesser extent Shaggy, had basically a bias against jocks. And Fred was a nice enough guy that he ended up convincing them that they were being pig-headed, which is not usually the route that goes. Normally it's the jock character who does, learn to not be as much of a douchebag. But in the case of Scooby-Doo and the Mystery Begins, they actually did this right, where everyone had misconceptions about each other, but Velma and Daphne had to learn that Fred wasn't like all the other jocks, basically. And the very fact that the gang is from every different clique you can imagine means that Fred, by definition, Fred and Daphne both are not the stuck-up variety of popular. Like, it's kind of like in Saved by the Bell. If any of those characters were the kind of stuck-up, I'm not associating with those people sort of people, that clique wouldn't work, because the clique in Saved by the Bell or the clique in Scooby-Doo operates by basically Breakfast Club logic, where characters from all different walks of life can coexist, and it's not a big deal. Which, yes, is rarer in real life than you'd think. Maybe not for Brainstormer, because Brainstormer comes from a weird fucking school, but, in most circumstances, people keep to their cliques for a reason, but
I think it's weird because you're like 20 years behind in terms of the modern world.
I mean,
and I live in
that is also,
so
that's also possible. But point being, yes, it is rarer for cliques to cross-pollinate like that, because people do have stupid misconceptions about each. That's the whole point of a movie like The Breakfast Club. But in the cases of Saved by the Bell or Scooby-Doo, the reason why it works so well is because all of them know they're stepping outside of their cliques, but they're all smart enough and not stuck up enough and kind enough and good people enough that it doesn't fucking matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, moving on.
Detective Diana Bley, female, 30s, 40s, series regular. Female, African American, the 30s, 40s, Daphne's mom. Dinah is a hard-nosed fourth-generation cop. Okay, that's actually impressive.
Wait, so wait. Are they gonna do what I think they're gonna do and make both of Daphne's parents lesbian cops?
Yeah, it was said in Daphne's thing.
Okay, so you couldn't even give her two dads then. You went with the easiest difficulty setting of gay, women on women.
Okay.
And I'm sorry, not to be a bitch here, but whenever they make characters gay, it's almost always women on women. They almost never depict male on male relationships.
No.
Yeah, I know.
I realize you're going gay Karen right now, but like we do not have the time for it. I'm sorry.
But seriously, apart from the occasional one in like stories and stuff, can you name any time where there's been a male on male relationship on TV?
I swear to God, I can think of one, but I can't fucking think of the name. Although that was more dressing than anything.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say the Ray and Citizen Cold from L versus the Christ on Earth X.
Yeah, but they never actually. They never actually show them being in a relationship, though. It's always, yeah, we're gay, but also now we're off screen.
Yeah, that's why I said I was going to, but
Yeah.
um,
I guess you could make the argument of sorry,
I'm sorry again. It's just like
moving on.
all right. Although again, fourth generation cop, I find that very like
Yeah.
just
Which again, you're going to love Karen Murphy in the Dresden Files.
yeah. She leads with her jocular sense of humor, but is better at muscling confessions out of criminals than handling the subtle nuances of both police work and parenting. Okay, I don't really have anything to say to that.
Again, the only thing I have to say to that is you couldn't even give Daphne two dads. You had to go with the easy route.
Right.
But oh well.
Detective Lily Key, or K. Female, 30s, 40s, series regular. Female, open ethnicity. I think this is like a call sheet or something like that. Like giving brief descriptions of the characters for actors.
Yeah.
Right. 30s, 40s. Daphne's mom. Lily is a sweet, demure caretaker who just wants everybody to be happy. She's more comfortable using her words than her fists, but will go full mama bear when threatened. So I don't know if you noticed this, Dalton, but the two moms' last names, Diana Blay and Lilith K.
They couldn't possibly be that stupid.
Daphne Blake.
I hate this.
I don't think that's how names work, to be honest.
I hate this. They're going with the hyphen thing. They're gonna hyphenate it where it's Blake K, and then everyone's gonna make it, and then everyone's gonna make the mistake and call her Blake because it looks like Blake when it's written down.
I will. Yeah, again, I don't think that's how.
It's the single stupidest thing I've ever fucking heard.
Yeah, again, I don't know how that works. I don't think that's how names work.
Well, no, there are people who have hyphenated names. Like, for example, in Phineas and Ferb, the family name was Flynn Fletcher because neither of them wanted to give up their names.
Okay, fair enough. It's weird to me, is all.
Yeah, no, it happens in divorced or remarried couples. I just think it's annoying that they're good. I can see the joke. I can see the joke in my head already. They're going to have it hyphenated where it's Blay and K, Blay hyphen K, and everyone is going to get her name wrong, and she's going to be pissed about it because they're going to call her Blake because it looks like Blake when it's written down, and she's going to go, it's hyphenated, it's hyphenated over and over and over fucking again.
Okay, we've got to.
It's stupid.
Yeah. All right.
Moving on.
Dia Dinkley, female, 30s, 40s, series regular. Female, Indian American, 30s, 40s. Dia is Velma's hardworking, put-upon mother struggling to have it all. A practical and measured lawyer by day, she's often frustrated by Velma's emotional outbursts and wishes she'd move forward with her life the way she has. Okay. Again, I honestly really prefer the version of Velma's mom from. Actually, the parents from Mr. Incorporated are actually pretty cool, to be honest.
Yeah. Also, did you notice that all of the kids have parent issues and all of the parents are kind of dicks?
Yeah. God forbid there are. I mean, don't get me wrong. I had my fair share of issues with my family when I was.
God forbid there's a loving, nurturing family out there.
Yeah, I had that. I have that. I mean, I was kind of a dick. What teenager isn't?
Yeah, but the other reason I pointed it out is I bet dollars to fucking donuts that they're gonna tell the parents are oppressing the youths story. You just don't get me, Mom. Grr. Fucking.
Okay. Moving the fuck on.
You can still tell that story with a nurturing parent, by the way. You just have to make them kind of overly nurturing, like make them overbearing, and then
doting.
I
actually have written stories with that. in
Yeah,
mind.
have the parents trying to do right by their children, but not really having an understanding of how to,
Yeah,
and then have the
I
kid
can.
resent them that way.
Sorry, this is a little off topic, but I'm sure I can actually talk about this one.
Mhm.
Because it's part of a fan fiction thing.
Mhm.
But there's this father who had a abusive father, kept trying to make him live up to this high family expectations, and when that guy started having his own family, he made a vow that he would not force his children to live up to
He wouldn't be a type A bitch, is what you're saying.
Yeah. But just because of who he is and all the stuff he's done and accomplished, you know,
Mhm.
he's unintentionally created this shadow for some of the kids to
Yeah, for his kid to live in.
Yeah, so. But he still cares about his family and stuff. He's not an asshole. Is the thing.
And you can tell stories where the parents are difficult to deal with, or the relationship between the parents and the child is strained. But my issue is it's so over the top,
Right. Again,
parent oppressing their child thing.
Subtlety is a thing, it's never as clear cut.
Yeah, it's like the stereotype of an abusive parent, basically.
Yeah, dude, it's just God, it's so what's the opposite of skin deep? Or am I thinking skin deep?
No, you're thinking skin deep.
Yeah, it's
because it only goes as far as the skin, nothing underneath it.
Okay. Yeah, there's no depth, so it's stupid. Anyway.
Yeah, and they don't feel like real people. They feel like avatars of what the writer wants to bitch about today.
Okay, so shall we?
Yep.
Imran Dinkley, male, 30s, 40s, series regular. Male, Indian American, the 30s, 40s. Velma's dad. If Tom Hanks were a small change South Asian history teacher and amateur mystery writer, he would be Imran Dinkley. At least from Velma's in reality, while Imran was a great father, he was a less great husband with a bit of darkness. I mean, okay, to be fair, that actually doesn't sound too bad.
It's not as bad, but in the context of everyone else, it's like you couldn't let one character be uncompromisingly good, could you?
Right. Although, okay, this is gonna be weird. This is a weird nitpick thing with me. The last name Dinkley, because they're all supposed to be Indian American.
Yeah. It should have an I on the end instead of a Y. It should
No,
be
not even that. It's just the last name Dinkley doesn't really make sense for.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. If they're gonna go with the Indian American thing, they should have changed it to be. I'm gonna hate myself for this, but ethnically appropriate. Or it should be Dinkley with an I instead of a Y.
Right. Okay. Okay, we got 3 more. Spooner Garcia, male, 30s, 40s, series regular. Male, Latinx, Latino.
Or just Latin. That would have been fine too.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah. I either use the goddamn Romance language gendered signifiers, or universalize the term and call it Latin.
Well, okay. It's fucking Latin.
Yeah, Latinx is stupid. It's either use the gendered signifiers, i.e., it's either Latino or Latina, or you could make it gender neutral, in which case the word you're looking for is Latin.
Right. Also, in case anyone wants to call me out about racist bullshit, Latino right here, or Latin, or whatever the fuck you want to call me. Sup?
But if you use the word Latinx, he'll probably throw up.
It's so fucking dumb. Okay.
It's the single stupidest.
Dude, it literally does not roll off the tongue. Okay.
It It reminds me of when the feminists started spelling woman with an X in the middle because they didn't want it to have the word men in it.
Oh, fuck you. That's stupid. Anyway. The 34th is Velma's stepdad. Spooner is a loud, irresponsibly stoked, Guy Fieri-style, self-made restaurateur who believes old Guy's role with zero sense of irony.
So wait. You couldn't even let Velma have the good dad? His mom and his dad, or her mom and her dad, are estranged, and now she has a crass, loudmouth stepdad.
I feel
you guys are
the fact that he's a Latino somewhat insults me with this, and the last sentence doesn't help either.
Oh God, what now?
Although actually, it's not that bad. It starts off stupid,
But context.
And while he's an alt-right blowhard, he loves Velma and Dia deeply and would do anything for them.
Okay, number one, if he is Hispanic, there is virtually no way in hell.
Yeah, I feel somewhat insulted by this, actually.
No, but I'm not even talking on the moral grounds. I'm talking logically speaking.
No, I'm not even speaking moral grounds either. I just, like, generally, I feel insulted by that.
Yeah, but
the whole character, really.
Yeah, but if he is Hispanic or Latin, why in all of the fucks do you think it makes sense for him to be alt-right? Alt-right means softcore ethno-nationalist. In the style of your Richard Spencer, your Jean-Francois Guéry, your Baked Alaskas, your I think Andrew Anglin goes a little bit far to be considered alt-right, technically. But you could make, I suppose, the argument of the Proud Boys, maybe, if you squint. Or like Nick Fuentes, or someone like that. But like, that's the kind of person you're talking about when you use the word alt-right. You're not using it correctly if you're applying it to a Hispanic dude.
Yeah, just
or are you misusing the word alt-right to simply mean like anti-SJW or like Trumpian?
Right.
That's probably how they're misusing it. Is they mean populist, but what they say is alt-right because they can't tell the difference between a Trumpian person or an anti-SJW person and someone like Richard Spencer or Jean-Francois Guéry.
I feel somewhat insulted by that character. Not even on a moral standard, just on how stupidly betrayed that character is.
Yeah, no, you and by their own logic, you can be annoyed by the representation because he's the only Hispanic character we've been introduced to so far. And
also, I'm sorry, it's just Spooner Garcia.
Yeah, it's a stupid name for a stupid character who was stupidly conceived.
Man.
He's literally spoony.
Anyway, Gigi, Gigi, G-I-G-I, yeah, or is it Geeky?
No, Gigi.
Okay.
You had it right.
Female reoccurring. Female, black, seeking an adult actor to sound high school aged. I mean, to be fair, that's a lot of actual like voice actors. So.
Mm-hmm.
Daphne's friend. She is the most wide-eyed and innocent of the group, but finds her voice a bit over the course of season 1. Okay, don't really have anything to say to
that. You should get Raven. You should get Raven Simone in there, because what you're describing sounds a lot like Monique from Kim Possible, and Raven was the voice of that.
Oh yeah, she was. She sounded very different from like her actual like appearances I've seen, like from That's So Raven and stuff.
Yeah.
Huh. I really forgot about that. Oh wow. Okay. All right. Last one. Olive, female reoccurring, female Caucasian seeking an adult actor at some high school age. Daphne's friend, Olive is the curviest and toughest of the popular girls. Weird thing, have okay. In Daphne's absence, Olive assumes the leadership role. Oh, so it's like the rich kids, got it.
Why are there so many this is gonna sound awful, but why are there so many uncharacteristically tough girls? Like the thing about tough girls is in order for them to be special, you kind of have to use them sparingly.
I mean, I knew a lot of females, or a lot of girls in my high school.
Right, I did too. It's just number one, either like use them sparingly or make some of them not your main cast.
Oh, no, okay, I'm trying to like find the words. They're tough in their own ways. You know, depends on what kind of tough you're talking about. You know.
Yeah, but I don't have faith in these writers to not have a myopic, like Ridley from Aliens idea of tough girls.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. That's completely fair. Anyway,
because the way they described the first of Daphne's moms is very much the stereotypical, like Lin Beifong, Karen Murphy type character.
I'm sorry, I blacked out there for a second when you said Lin Beifong.
Yes, I know. Get your head out of your other head. Thank you.
I had to think for a second. I had to think on that one. That was a good one. That was a good one. Okay. So ending paragraph. As of currently, these are the character descriptions. I have no idea what the plot is. Honestly, I'm not a fan of these new versions of the iconic Scooby Gang. Likewise, it's like they seriously decided to make them the stereotypes that have hurt the characters in the past. I hate it when Scooby-Doo shows or movies make Fred some ignorant jock-like trope when he's really just a corny guy who loves traps. Daphne being a popular girl trope doesn't sit right with me either. I just want the Scooby-Doo characters to do stuff that isn't afraid to do something new while embracing the old at the same time. Yeah, no, totally agree.
Okay, I have issues with some of that because the thing is, Fred isn't just a corny guy who loves traps. He's also a jock. Like, my issues with this are different in the sense that instead of making Fred the lovable, sometimes goofy jock that he is, they literally turned him into the straight white male strawman character. They turned Fred from someone similar to AC Slater from Saved by the Bell to Biff Tannen from Back to the Future. That's my issue. My issue isn't that he shouldn't be a jock. My issue is that he should be, but he should be the kind sort of one. Or Daphne should be popular and rich, but she shouldn't be the Sharpay-esque bitch one. Like, and to be honest with you, the whole frap obsession is something that wasn't really spotlighted until Mystery Incorporated. The whole goofy guy who just loves traps thing is actually the newest aspect of Fred's character.
Yeah.
The reason why he was obsessed with traps in the original series was because they wanted to show that while Fred wasn't stereotypically intelligent like Velma was, or even kind of like Daphne was, he did have a kind of intelligence and was to be taken seriously. To be fair, most of his traps ended up failing, but also, to be fair to Fred, it was mostly because they never got the chance to work fully right because halfway through them, Shaggy and Scooby came through with a tornado of entropy and destroyed the thing. But I do think there have been a couple of times where his traps did work as they were intended to, and they still didn't, like, capture the actual ghost, right?
It's been so long since I've seen the original series, so
I grew up on Scooby-Doo, so Scooby-Doo is another one of those franchises I have an encyclopedic knowledge of.
Right. Okay, so time to
Speaking of franchises Dalton has an encyclopedic knowledge of, Addams Family.
Right. Well, not Addams Family per se, but the official trailer for the Wednesday Addams, I believe, series.
Yep. My girl Wednesday.
Mm.
She was one of the girls I had a crush on when I was younger.
I would say that doesn't surprise me, but it kind of does, just because you don't really have a lot of girl crushes.
I mean, my standards for girls are very narrow in the same way my standards for guys are very narrow. I like tough, innocent boys and smart otherworldly girls. So
Wow, that must be a really weird list of fictional crushes you had as a kid.
I mean,
In terms of girls, I mean.
Yeah, Raven from Teen Titans.
I mean, who didn't? You know.
Yeah, well, I mean, some people simp for Starfire. I don't understand those people, but they're out there.
Okay, I can understand that, but Raven was just cooler to me growing up.
Yeah. Raven from Teen Titans, Hermione Granger from Harry Potter, Willow from Buffy, Katara to some degree, although I never ever wanted to break up her and Aang.
We all know which one I preferred in Avatar: The Last.
Yes, we do, and we also know that you would get a lightning bolt to the heart, and then I would have to bloodbend a bitch.
You know, I'm not even gonna. Let's just get on with this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Jack-o'-lanterns.
Jack-o'-lanterns.
Nevermore was created as a safe haven for our children to learn and grow, no matter who or what they are. Should we meet your new roommate?
Are you feeling okay? You look a little.
I like the look. You know, it's colorful but also dark.
Yeah.
Which is Tim Burton style, obviously.
Yeah. I also like the concept of this like asylum, and it kind of leans into the Addams Family is actually a secret society fan theory.
/ headcanon.
Yeah, / headcanon. Yeah. So if it turns out that this ends up if this continuity of the Addams ends up confirming my fan theory, I call dibs for I claim dibs for bragging rights.
Is that Gwendolyn Christie?
I think so, actually. Which, I mean, to be fair, she was already on Netflix's payroll for The Sandman, and they do like to reuse actors, so that makes sense.
Why do I feel like she's going to be given a lot more respect here than in Star Wars?
Because everyone realized that she was a standout in those movies, and so now whenever she's used in a thing, she gets top billing. I mean, she goes from playing Captain Phasma to playing Lucifer frickin' Morningstar, so her career trajectory is pointing upward. She's basically slightly younger, taller Helen Mirren.
Yeah, she was. To be fair, everyone was underutilized in the new Star Wars movies. So.
Yes, they were. I don't even mind Daisy Ridley as an actress, but the whole Rey thing is probably going to permanently scar her
career,
her prospects.
Yeah.
Fortunately, she also probably made like $500 million off of the Star Wars movies. So
yeah, true. Anyway,
she's fine.
Shall we?
Yep, Jack-o'-lanterns.
Jack-o'-lanterns.
Pale. Please excuse Wednesday. She's allergic to color.
Oh, wow. What happens to you?
I break out into hives and then the flesh peels off my bones. I act as if I don't care if people dislike me. Deep down.
See, when I first got to this part of the trailer, I was like, don't you make Wednesday regretful of who she is.
Yeah, I was the same way. Like, but I like. Well, we'll get to it. I don't want to like spoil
Yeah,
it.
but then the next line happened, and I was back on board.
Also, I had actually recently watched a video that talked about the Addams Family history, not fictional history, but the history of the actual property itself.
Property, yeah.
Yeah. And apparently Wednesday was a very different character until like the 90s, comparatively. Like,
yeah, she was, for a given value of normal, a fairly normal little girl in the original '60s show, and then in the '90s they hit on the idea of making her spooky Daria, and everyone was just like, this is the correct answer. No other versions of Wednesday need apply. Wednesday is now spooky Daria.
Curious about Pugsley, because I know we haven't seen it, and this is a Wednesday Addams show. I'm fully aware of that. I was curious what version they're going to do with that character, because again, to my recollection of the video that I'd seen, which was about a day or so ago, Pugsley again was very different from the '90s movies to the 60s show.
They didn't really do much with Pugsley's character though in the movies. They kind of just made him normal, again, for a given value of normal. Obviously, he's still an Addams, but
I love the music that they're using.
Yeah.
I was watching this trailer a few times, and I was trying to because I knew the song, but I couldn't remember it, and then it just hit me, and it's real. I just love this rendition. It's just really cool to me. Anyway, again, I like, honestly, I get from like the way everything looks, I get like a Chilling Adventures of Sabrina in terms of like how everything looks.
Yeah. Wednesday and Sabrina would have been friends if they existed in the same universe, I think.
Yeah, probably. Anyway, shall we?
Also, now that I put this idea in my head, the Miranda Otto version of Zelda and Morticia need to go go on a girls' night. I think they would have fun.
Be crazy.
I imagine Morticia and Zelda being like drinking buddies, or maybe being part of a book club.
That girls' night would be absolutely crazy, destructive, and just all around fun for them.
I want to see it now. I put the idea in my head, and now I'm angry at myself for putting the idea in my head. God damn it.
Shall we?
Yeah. Jack-o'-lanterns.
Jack-o'-lanterns.
I actually enjoy it.
There we go.
There's just something wrong about this place. Not just because it's a school. Secret societies.
Yeah, like I said, I was really, really worried when they started the sometimes I act like I don't care if people dislike me. I was really worried they were going the stereotypical like emo girl, like Bella Swan levels of, well, I act all indifferent, but secretly I wish people liked me, which would have made me put my fist through the fucking monitor. But then they did the joke where it's like, I actually sort of like it that people don't like me, and I was like, yep, I'm back on board. That's Wednesday.
Yeah, I love the feel. I can't really put it into words. Like, it's just a feeling in my heart with this. And again, I'm not like the biggest Addams Family fan, but this on its own is just like fun.
No, I like it, and what's more, it doesn't look cheap, which given Netflix's track record, the last thing they made that didn't look cheap was Umbrella Academy. Like, none of the Umbrella Academy seasons look cheap, but Sandman season 1 looked cheap as fuck.
Right. Also, I like what they've done with Thing. It's
Mhm.
Thing, right? The hand.
Yes, that is Thing.
They have him like stitched up, like the stitching on the hand.
Yeah, he's been Frankenstein,
Yeah,
which isn't which isn't typical for the canon, but honestly, it adds to the canon, and that's the thing. We don't mind when things change the canon as long as it adds as long as it adds something to the canon rather than trying to undermine the canon.
yeah. That's like this is the complete opposite to Velma,
Oh god.
which is kind of why I guess. Actually, I'm glad we now picked it this way then, because
Yeah.
yeah, this like is two very different ways to handle adaptations slash.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's just like
You either take it and make it a means to an end and make it nothing but your own mouthpiece, or you like the thing for its own sake and try to add to the thing for its own sake.
yeah. Also, I think this is like one of the first things uh, Tim Burton has done for like a decade.
Yeah, the last thing he did was Dumbo. So I'm glad he took a little bit of a break and recharged his batteries. He really, really fucking needed it.
Yeah. Anyway,
Hopefully this goes down better than his Alice in Wonderland did.
Jack-o'-lanterns.
Jack-o'-lanterns.
Hidden libraries. A homicidal monster. What other surprises are in store? Professor.
I like to travel incognito. Come on, let's roll!
I'm
Yes.
happy.
This is fun.
I'm happy.
Shall we?
Yep. Jack-o'-lanterns.
Jack-o'-lanterns.
Evermore continues to be a place where the questions far outweigh the answers. I won't stop until I find the truth.
I never knew I wanted Wednesday Addams by way of Nancy Drew, but I'm kind of into it. I like the idea of making her investigate things.
Again, this is just fun, and I say it so
And it
much.
looks like people, and it feels like people care about the material.
Yeah.
That railroad chestnut.
Yeah. Again, I say it so often, but it's just because like fun itself has seemed to be somewhat dead in recent years.
Yeah, because if nothing has any value other than what we put there, then why make it fun?
Yeah. I don't know. Again, like it's hard to put into words. It's just like this feeling I get. And just like I feel like if I sat down and watched this, I'd try like full disclosure, I binged the first season of Daredevil in one night. Unintentionally. It's just like it engaged me and gripped me so a lot, So this feels like one of those things.
I don't know when the release date is, though.
I think it might say towards the end. So,
because if this doesn't come out this month, then someone in marketing should be fired. Because this is definitely a Halloween show.
Anyway, shall we?
As in, I want to binge this on Halloween now.
Shall we?
Jack-o'-lanterns.
Jack-o'-lanterns.
I know the suspense is killing you.
Yeah, I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying this a lot. Jack-o'-lanterns.
Good evening, girls. I'm Miss Thornhill. I trust Enid has given you the old nevermore welcome.
She's been smothering me with hospitality. I hope to return the favor. In her sleep.
Wednesday.
November 23rd.
That is a waste.
I agree, but I think if they're, part of me thinks they might still be editing it and doing some other things. Just
Yeah, no, let them take their time. It's just, I feel like there's some. I feel like someone in marketing should be fired because why wasn't the immediate response like the week before Halloween we post this and then and then people binge watch it all the way through Halloween. Like
yeah,
that would be my like kind of what they did with Werewolf by Night.
yeah, that's
But
fair.
like I said, maybe like a week later than that.
Yeah, that's completely fair.
Maybe they'll surprise us and release it early. They might do that.
All right. I don't have anything else to say. So
Yeah.
that, folks, I want to say goodbye, adios, aloha, auf Wiedersehen, sayonara, peace, cheers, and